to Nomad at night, starring the one and only Nomad.
Yo, no maniacs, welcome into the show. This is the Nomad Network's, live watch party. And listen, first of all, let me say Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to everybody out there. Hope this podcast finds you all feeling bright and encouraged this year. You're ready to head into a new year, and everybody got to see family and entertain themselves in a variety of ways and eat a bunch of food for no different reason other than you just want to eat something because it's there. But hey, man, happy holidays to everybody, man. And thank you all for being here as people start to trickle into the show. Here we are playing. This is the second to last show of the year, live watch show anyways. And I've given a little bit of thought into this game. And those thoughts are, of course, I'm going to feel like we should come out here with the mentality of being a spoiler. That's the only thing on the bulletin board, guys. It's the only thing to rally people other than, you could be playing for a contract, number one. Two, you could be playing for a resume, putting some stuff on your resume for later on, depending on whatever spot you're going to be at next year. But the truth is, man, we do have something to play for. Might not be a wide variety of things, but there is something to play for. And I'm going to lean into being the spoiler today. And we do have a little bit, I think it's a little bit of an advantage of not having Kenneth Walker III to have to defend. We have Zach Charbonnet, who I think is almost as good a running back as Kenneth Walker, but not quite. But we have that to think about. We have some injuries to report. I'm going to pull up the injury report right after Kedz gets done with his pleasantries. But let me pass it on to him now so we can get going because we're already 5 minutes late.
Well, it's Bears Watch, y'all. Got ourselves a football game. Chicago Bears versus the Seattle Seahawks. We'll see how she goes. Give a little bit of love to those who love us. Keep this thing quick and easy. Shout out to my guy, Chris Foster, starting things out early in the chat. Damn it, Jim. Jim Hunter's out there with us, too. Shout outs to you. Shout outs to all the Super No Maniacs and the Maniacs out there. Who else we got? King Booker World. Our guy Mo Fugra. Shout out to the Nod, who was in the Superflex Fantasy Football Championships. Shout outs to you and Team Impeccable as well. Hey man, let's keep it moving. I guess we should get into a little bit of pregame chatter before before this game starts. We only got a little bit of time, but the upside is we were able to take a little bit of a quick break before coming through. So Nomad, what are your thoughts, man? What are your thoughts on this game?
Well, first of all, let's look at this inactives list. Can you see it? So, first of all, we got Travis Homer is down. Let me get back into the studio. Travis Homer is down for the second week. Tarvarius Moore, who I thought could get the call based on the game that Owens had last week, strong safety. I thought he might be one of the people that got the nod to come up and get the starting job, but apparently he's out. I don't know if they're actually going to look at keep thinking of his name right now. It never comes to me when I want to say it, but at safety anyway, Adrian Colbert. He's I think he's on the roster again on the 53. I don't know if he's going to get the start, but that is going to be interesting to see who they start the game with. Tevin Jenkins is down again. I think he's been dealing with something for the past 4 or 5 weeks now. And I think at this point, I don't know that Tevin Jenkins couldn't have played in this game, but obviously, for himself, I'm sure that he thought about, am I going to get a contract here or not? Because if not, is it worth even playing for this team for the rest of the season and risking further injury? That's a real thing. People don't want to hear that kind of stuff, but that's real in this world. But so here we are with Tevin Jenkins, and we're going to roll with the backup left guard. Elijah Hicks is down again. Noah Sewell down again. Zach Pickens. This is going to open up the door for a whole lot of Chris Williams. You talking about a resume tape. He showed up pretty good last week. and really, really flashed. But Zach Pickens not being in the middle, you're going to see a lot of Chris Williams. You'll see a lot of Jonathan Ford this week, apparently. So, I'm never down on backups, especially the kind of backups that we have. I believe if given the right motivation, I think they may be able to get the job done. Zach Pickens has been okay, but but he hasn't been living up to billing so far. But what do you think about this inactives list? What do you want to speak on?
I don't want to speak on any of it, bro. Zach Pickens is the first thing to look at. Upside is that there's no Gervon Dexter on this list. So that's kind of the way that I'm reading this. It looks like Gervon Dexter is probably playing. And if that's the case, I'm a little bit more okay with it, right? So maybe we see Chris Williams alongside Gervon, right? I'm a little bit okay with that. I also think it might mean we see a little bit more of Walker actually in the middle. They've been playing him in the middle. And they've been layering out either Martin or who's the other homie on the edge? Your boy. No, your boy's Martin and 52 and 55.
52, 55, 92. Yeah.
So they're rotating that, and they've been using Walker as an interior guy a little bit more. It works, but then they layer in your other guy Ford, right? At the nose. So it'll be interesting to see. I'm not really worried about Zach. His impression is it is what it is. Not a big deal as long as Gervon is playing. Tevin, though, that's a different one. Or is it the same as it always is? I think it's kind of more the same.
Feeling we've seen the last of Tevin here.
Yeah, you're probably right.
And coming from where he's been, Tevin still, I don't think is a bad offensive lineman, none whatsoever. But somehow, there's a lot of things we're gonna have to talk about, especially post game, about some of the things that I was reading a lot of earmarks this week, and some of the earmarks are telling me that we're gonna lose probably a handful, I'd say 5 or 6 well-known names on this team that nobody expected to go anywhere. Tevin being one of them. You know what I mean? He's one of them, but there's several more because I think we're in a place where most of these people, it's about rebuilding the culture after the season is over. Can you reinstill something into this team and kind of wash the stink of what's been happening all year off these guys, or some of these guys are going to come in with some of the residuals of what's been going on, the losing, the culture of losing, no matter what, this team can't get it right. You got a few guys on this team that probably do need, as good as they are, as good of players as they are, might need some new direction, and need a new team just to get rejuvenated so that they don't bring, any of that residual back into the locker room, because it's always it's going to be a new, situation every year, man. It's a whole new locker room, whole new situation. And in order for whoever comes in and performs as our coach, he's going to need that clean runway for him to get it off and get it off the way he wants to get it off. So it's a lot to talk about. We'll do that post game, but Tevin Jenkins is a particular conundrum to me. I think he's camped out, man. I think he's done.
Like I say, it is as it is in this scenario. We kind of called the Tevin thing by way of, if he wasn't able to stay healthy and make an impact this season, he may be in jeopardy. And these are the reasons why Ryan Poles didn't sign him when he signed, like when he had the opportunity. So now we have to sit and wait to find out whether Tevin Jenkins eventually becomes a healthy lineman with longevity. Unfortunately, it's probably going to be found out on a different team.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part about it. It's just, I think his health is, if anything were to be a burden to him, think it's been his health. It's been basically his Achilles heel since he's been in the league. And you're going into a season asking for a contract, and then nobody would have told you a year or two ago that Tevin Jenkins would get to this point and him not being one of the higher paid guards in the league, especially in Chicago. People felt like Tevin was one of the best and we should pay him and pay him handsomely. I just don't see it now. I don't see it whatsoever. If he pays him, it'll be a total shock to me. It could be an offensive guy that comes in and I guess reevaluates who Tevin Jenkins is on this roster and finds another role for him. So we don't really know. We're just talking about based on given the circumstances, what we think might happen. But who knows? Whoever the coach is that comes in here, offensive line coach, could decide that, I want to try him out at left tackle again, because he was, it could be anything that could happen, man. But you just never know. But I just don't think, I would just say it's more likely than not Tevin Jenkins ain't on the team next year.
So here's the flip side to the argument. The flip side is simply that, unfortunately, he hasn't put on a lot of great tape because he's been hurt. So there's less great tape for other people to look at, less great tape for them to spend money on, right? So maybe he gets a decent deal from whoever the Bears GM will be after the season is over. And,
Black Rain's asking an interesting question because they do need to overhaul. Black Rain, they have to overhaul the offensive line. But there's a couple, 2, 3, maybe 4 of those guys on that depth, that they're going to have to keep just for the sake of just having somebody on the team and having this team rostered with the right amount of people in there. And you can't get everybody. And so is there an outside chance that Tevin is no doubt about it.
Yeah, if he takes a hometown deal, this gets done quickly, and he's extended for a long time, I'm sure. You know what I mean? Like that, I'll put it that way. But we know what we're getting so far. We're getting a super talented lineman. I'm just gonna call him a lineman because I think he can do both roles, and we'll see if that ever, if he ever really gets the opportunity to try that again. But
so
hometown deal.
Here's another way to look at, in particular, Tevin Jenkins and Zach Pickens not playing right now, and maybe even Noah Sewell. Is there talk from upstairs saying, we have some pieces out here that we think are good, but if we can get some value for them, I think we ought to try to keep them healthy and maybe not, give them run these last couple of games. And I'm talking about Jenkins, Pickens, and Noah Sewell. Is that world exists, kids? I know.
I wouldn't think Noah Sewell's in that list, but
he is. He's there. People know what he can do. He just hasn't had the opportunity here.
Okay. I would think the opposite for Noah Sewell. I would think you send him out there to get time on the field, right? That's what I would think. I would think the opposite for Noah Sewell, and you sit somebody like one of the guys you're paying big money to, like a
bust it up, and he has no value.
Wow,
there's 2 ways to look at that now.
No, he needs more. He's right now. His only issue is just that he can't get on the field because there's too many linebackers on this team who are in front of him, right? So if right now you wanted to sit somebody a bit more important, sit a Sanborn, maybe, like I could see that. But I think Noah's probably legitimately hurt right now.
Could be.
Or they really just don't, they don't want to play him today. He's not bringing any value today, so sit. Pickens definitely hurt. Hicks definitely hurt. He's a player.
It could be as general as it appears on this list. They're hurt. They're inactive because they're hurt. It could be just that simple.
In some cases, yeah, but I think Noah's probably a guy that they're sitting for a reason. They probably had to elevate somebody. And maybe it's your guy Colvert. Did they elevate Colvert?
No. Talking about the backup linebackers is probably Eamon Agbogbomiga.
Okay.
I think is the reason why Noah Sewell has not been able to get in, because he's probably better on special teams more than anything else. That's where, that fourth linebacker, his role is to be the ace on special teams. And that guy, Eamon, has been probably better than Noah Sewell, and he hasn't been able to beat him out.
Eamon he's great on special teams, but he's a great linebacker too. Again, we have so many really good linebackers on this team. It's kind of crazy. We have a lot.
So let me get back to Jeremy. What's up, Jeremy? I haven't seen you in a while, but it's surely nice to see you in the chat, man. I haven't seen you in a while, but it's nice to see you in there with a great question, man. Well, he didn't pose a question. He's just saying that now it's reported that the Bears want to talk to Pete Carroll.
Pete Carroll wants to talk to the Bears is what's being reported. If the Bears also want to talk to Pete Carroll, that's interesting. But I only have the obvious issue with it. Just the obvious one.
What's that?
Right?
Age.
He's a little bit long in the tooth. You know what it is. You know what it is. He's a little bit long in the tooth. It means that there's a shelf life on what we're trying to do with this guy. And I would like to establish, hopefully they're trying to establish like a long-term thing, but that's my 2 cents. Does Pete Carroll have the background in doing what we're talking about? Yes, he does.
I think let me give him his flowers first. I think Pete Carroll is a great coach.
Yes.
He's proven it at every step that he's taken, every step of the way he's come out a champion. Everywhere he's gone, he's come out with a champion. And what I attribute that to is he has a keen eye to detail and what it takes. I'm talking about traits. And I'm not just talking about individual traits. I'm talking about, team traits that you have to have in order to get the attain success that you're looking for, or attain the success that you're looking for. And I think he has a great eye for that. I think it always has to start somewhere, and it has to start with characteristics of your franchise, your organization. What kind of tone do you want to set? Who are you going to get to set that tone? And those are the particular guys that you go out and draft. Guys that you go out and acquire in free agency, things like that. I think he is excellent at that. I think he is really good at that because his track record says so, right? Give him that. You give him that. You couple that with the fact that Jeremy says he's 73. And I would believe that's closer to reality than anything else. And, in this society, man, ageism exists. Ageism exists, and, guys time out in any kind of profession. You can get too old to do something per the people that hire people to do these things. And so, how serious anybody will take Pete Carroll at this point, other than maybe a consultant or an advisor. I don't know, man, but I never really felt like somebody can get too old to do a good job. But
yeah, I agree.
Given the circumstances, I do think in this game, this is a young man's game. And you have to be able to relate to the young man. You know what I mean? And is that something that we should think about? And I'm sure that's what everybody's thinking about in the chat right now.
Like I say, he's a great coach. Joseph Archer, thank you. I'm glad you found that. That was exactly where I was going. Joseph Archer says we start all over again, Pete 2.0 John Fox. And it does kind of feel John Foxy, doesn't it? It feels so John Foxy. I don't know, man. So I've also been hearing about Ron Rivera.
Okay.
I'm hearing about Ron Rivera. I'm just saying
a little bit more, but let's about Pete though, man. I think he's different than I know everybody was just like, well, what about Belichick? He's somewhere around the same age. The difference is Pete Carroll will come in and acquiesce to the structure that we have versus somebody like Belichick would come in here and totally deconstruct what's going on right here and just dismantle it and try to build it the way he wants to see it. And he doesn't want overhead as far as somebody over him telling him what to do and how to design his team. And I don't think the Bears are flexible in that way. But I believe Pete Carroll knows and understands, the situation better than Belichick, and knows that there's going to be a certain amount of acquiescence that you're going to have to be as a human being in order to get a job like this at your age. Dude. You ain't going to come in here and buffalo no organization and say, this is the way I'm going to do it. Nobody over me. I'll make all the decisions. Not at that age, dude. It ain't going to happen. But Pete Carroll, I know, is smarter than that.
Hire be enemy, Minister Charles Johnson says. Ignore, don't believe the hype. Ignore all the propaganda. Hire Eric Bieniemy. That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that, Minister. I love you, but I don't know about that one, Chief.
What is he up to now? I haven't heard all this hype, but I saw it. Like I just caught a glimpse of it. I didn't get the chance to read.
I think he just got let go at UCLA.
Yeah, okay.
Something like that. I'm not sure, but I think that's the case. But let's go. Marco King says, let's go get this win. Hell yeah. I would love for Ron Rivera to get another crack at this, because I think something you said to me has been resonating with me since I made that graphic. When you mentioned Ron Rivera, I went immediately after that show and I made that graphic, kids, because sometimes you'll say something to me that I wasn't really necessarily given proper consideration to, and that is Ron Rivera, man. That I know people say, look at this record here, look at this record there. When he had a quarterback that he can win with, he went to the Super Bowl. When he didn't have a quarterback he can win with, he was subpar and probably less than 500. You know what I mean? But
he was Bears. No, but hold on, he was Bearsian, right? Like he had dangerous defenses on both of those teams.
But I mean, freak, yeah.
Right? Freak defenses on both of those squads, which is kind of like what you would expect from a Bears coach. At least he had an offense, right? Like at least he had an offense in Seattle. At least he did. Or sorry, in Carolina with Cam. He had an offense for a little while. Who was that? Who ran that offense at that time?
No, but I didn't get a chance to finish, kids. But
sorry, brother.
It's the product. It's the understanding of the product that needs to be created here in Chicago. It's the product knowledge. Like Ron Rivera knows what to do. You know what I mean? It's like every other coach will come in here and they'll hear about stuff and have people advise them, hey, this would be a good idea in Chicago. Probably should take this direction and bring on these people. Whereas a Ron Rivera would come in here and know exactly what to pull, what strings to pull, and they will happen for him right away. And so, I loved it the minute you said it. I wish it was lovely, but I know most teams don't go backwards like that. Ron Rivera, I think, is the perfect person to come in here. And in fact, I really do. I think he's the perfect person. If it's about making sure that whoever comes in here understands Chicago and the pride and the tradition that we have and what to do to get that thing back where it needs to be.
Hey, there you go. Ron Rivera. Heard it from me first. I'm just messing around. I'm sure everybody's thinking Ron Rivera too. Like Ron Rivera's a good look. He gives a shit, and that's why I said it. And I also said Olin Kreutz, and I'll stand by that too. I want whoever the guy is to actually give a shit. I would also like him to be an offensive guy. Hey, what up, Crooked? So that's my other issue, and Ron's not an offensive guy, right? So that's the downside for me. But what can he do by way of offense? Can he put together a decent offensive team?
That's my problem right now, kids. And I hate to interrupt you, but this whole thing and this whole notion about we have to hire an offensive coordinator as a head coach. No, the F we don't. No, we don't. You can get a really good head coach that knows how to hire the right coordinator, because I don't want this offseason to become, okay, we got to get the perfect guy for Caleb. Caleb ain't the only goddamn problem on this team. Not by a long shot.
Well, not anymore.
Not by a long shot. This offseason cannot be about we need to get the perfect coach for Caleb. Fuck all that. It's too many other things wrong, man. We got to get a coach. And that coach needs to hire an offensive coordinator that is perfectly suited for Caleb's yoke. I think that's the best way to go. But to be out here, and I know people get excited this time of year when they hear these names about these coordinators, these hot names. But if that's the plan going into the offseason, we'll hire the perfect offensive coordinator to get Caleb going. Boy, you ain't did nothing. You ain't did nothing. The culture is messed up right now. It needs to be rebuilt.
Man, yeah, you're preaching to the choir now, bro. You're starting to sound the way that I sounded when I said it in the first place, right? It's got to be somebody who cares, right? Somebody who knows the Bears and at the very least just like knows the Bears, knows what's going on here, has a good understanding of the political structure within this organization and what they got to deal with. There's really, in my mind, a very short list of people. Pete Carroll's not really on that list, but he could do it. He does have the chops, but it feels so John Foxy.
Yeah, either way, but I'm about to put up the.
Yeah, man, we're almost kicking that ball off.
I'm not seeing it yet. You definitely need to back up, kids.
Don't worry.
I haven't seen it just yet. Let me get back into the studio.
We'll get back there. And Seahawks win division with a win tonight.
No, it's not cold here, man. It looks cold, but it ain't cold whatsoever. It's actually mild as hell in this time of year, bro. Be honest with you, Crooked. Ball is in the air, kicking off to Seattle, and it's a touchback. No? Or is it? Yeah, I think it was a touchback.
You're ahead of me?
Let me get back into it. Let me fix this screen here and make sure we got this thing right. All right, here we go. Here we go. Can you see it?
I can indeed.
Put it up a little bit. Get into the studio. 30s. Is it 30s out there? I don't know. Feels more like 40s. It's pretty mild out there. I got my damn window open, dude. That's how nice it is.
The Canadian is just shaking his head while you guys are talking weather.
Screen pass.
No idea.
Screen pass to Tyler Lockett, tackled by Jonathan Owens. Nice tackle. Picked up about 1 or 2 on the play. Pretty good.
Are you for real?
Yeah. Second down. Let's go. We're going to get this win today, man.
You're ahead of me, bro.
That's good, kids. That's good. Just for the sake of the broadcast. Here we go. 2nd and 7. Gino under center. Hand off to Charbonnet. Nice. Oh, Chris Williams. Get that tackle. That was perfectly played by Chris Williams and the whole defensive line. Chris Williams just let him get away from him, man. He slipped right off of him. I might be ahead of everybody. Am I ahead of everybody? What? For the first time ever?
What are you watching?
3rd and 1. That's good. That's good. Here we go. 3rd and 1. Gino under center. Hand off to Charbonnet. Gets the first down. Kind of dekes Tyreek Stevenson, and that was it, man. Let's go.
What in the world? Oh, man, that's crazy.
Hey, don't pay no attention to them dumbass fans in the stands, no matter what they wear. That is no reflection of the weather. It's just some idiots out there. All right, hold on. I'm gonna try to get with y'all crooked.
Yeah, you're like a full snap ahead, bro. I don't like this has never happened before.
I don't know how I got to be so ahead, but here I am. Charbonnet picks. Get him on the ground. Tackling issues again. Nice stiff arm by Charbonnet, though. Give him some credit. Let me try to see. If any other time, it would be somebody in here like Smitty would be in here teasing us because he's ahead of us. Now I'm ahead. First and
How
10.
are you ahead of everyone, though? That's just crazy. We should.
I'm the chosen one.
Oh,
Zeno back.
man.
Screenplay to Noah Fant. Oh my goodness, man. Y'all got to. Just easy peasy yards. Just come on, man. Let me look at this again. Jonathan Owens got blocked up. You'll have that on some plays. You'll have that. Here we go. First and 10. Geno under center. Hand off to Charbonnet again. Nice tackle by who's that? Darrell Taylor. Nice one-on-one tackle. That was McIntosh with the ball. Kenny McIntosh. Merry Christmas, Aunt Moss. Merry Christmas to everybody, man. Happy holidays.
Yeah, happy holidays, y'all.
2nd and 8. Come on, let's stiffen up right here. Let's stiffen up a little bit. I see Jonathan Ford on the defensive front. Coward. Still not seeing Dexter. Coward looks like he's playing 3-tech. Just gashed him. Holy crap, get him on the ground. They just gashed us in the run right up the interior. Looked like a trap. Let me see. Nope. It was just they sealed him. They just took Byron Coward completely out of the play. And I think Trevon's in the game now.
Oh, but your boy just missed the tackle.
Who was that?
Ford.
Did he?
Yeah. Ford got in the backfield though, which is, you know what I mean, which is great, but he missed the tackle. Yeah,
got to play a little bit more discipline than that. Then. Yeah. Okay, here we go. This is where most of the time the Bears defense gets a little bit better when they're back against the wall. 2nd and 8. Geno and shotgun. Offset back is Charbonnet. Let's see. Back to throw it. Oh, Charbonnet with a draw play. Nice little run. Picks up about 5. Damn.
Wow.
We all right, man. We need a nice run blitz right here would be sufficient, and just got to depend on guys to make one-on-one tackles on the edge. That's the only thing you can do right now is get a nice run blitz and depend on your nickel and your safety to make a one-on-one tackle. But looks like it's pretty vanilla. Geno's in empty. Back to throw it. Oh, we got some pressure from the inside. Oh, we almost got the pick. Nice play call. We had some pressure from the inside. I think it looks like some kind of hybrid front, man. He sent. Nope, it wasn't hybrid. Who was that? That looked like Austin Booker that got penetration in there. Almost. We should have came up with the pick. Man. Field goal attempt. That's the best you can ask for under the situation.
Yep, they got gashed. They beat up, quick pace, quick tempo, and
they tightened the F up when it came down to the goal line. They just tightened
Yeah,
up.
they did. Nice play by Tremaine there. He should have come up with that pick.
Yeah. That's all right. We gotta take them and turn those over. If we turn them over, they don't get nothing. Yes, the run fit. Well, I think they'll tighten that up somehow, some way. They'll tighten that up. And Charbonnet ain't running for no 150 yards today. I'll tell you that right now. They'll tighten up.
Well, question is who's going to stop him?
You sound like you wish you were somewhere else right about now.
Me, like, to be quite frank, I could be many other places. It's the holiday season. I could be by a fireplace somewhere roasting chestnuts.
Let me pause this thing. Let me pause this thing for a minute to help these guys out. I'm pausing for about 15 seconds, maybe that'll help.
You're literally one snap ahead of us all. It's crazy.
All right. I'm gonna tell you what I see. I'm still looking at a Subway commercial. Nasty ass.
Me too. Actually, I'm not. It's not Subway anymore. Something else.
Brisker, man. Hey, Kedz laying on a bear skin.
You know what I'm saying? I could be.
I think Brisker. I think he's too risky, man. He's from a business standpoint. I think if you were a business and he was part of the one of your employees, and given the history of dudes that suffer severe concussions for long enough, would you put him back on the field, Bonisi? I know I wouldn't. As much as I love Brisker, I'm not. I got to protect him from himself. Not only that, I got to protect my brand.
At this point in the season, you just shut him down, man.
Yeah, I'm not messing with that. What up, King?
King Book of World. Yeah, I wouldn't. Unfortunately, that's just and the reality is we got to just hope that he's okay for next season, and this stuff isn't really a recurring thing. But as we know, it's been a recurring thing for Daquan.
Bonisi, check out one of the shorts that I just put out, I think a day or two ago. Guy by the name of Lathan Ransom out of Ohio State. Yeah. There's a short coming out of the network. You should just check that out, man. And you'll see that guy, and I think you'll like what I had to say in that video, or what we had to say in that video.
The worst thing is, like, this draft had some really nice safety talent, yo. Like, I was impressed this draft. But
hey,
when we start to get down to
out in the air on a kickoff.
Okay, so you're way ahead of me. I'll tell you.
I'm closer than I was because I paused it for like 15 hard seconds.
All right. Ball's in the air now.
Yeah. I just made some baked chicken, Marlon. I couldn't do all the shit that I wanted to do, but that's what happened for me.
I ain't good. It was different though this time around. We all decided just not to cook, and everybody met at the Mandarin. If y'all don't know about the Mandarin, it is just a ridiculous buffet, and there's hundreds of them across Canada. I'm sure they're elsewhere too.
All right, Caleb on the center, hand off to DeAndre Swift.
Yeah, you're still ahead, bro.
Gets about a yard or two. That's a nicely drawn up play.
I'm getting to the snap now. Wait.
I love some of the pieces they have in Seattle, man. I just love them. But here we go. Caleb, 2nd and 8. Back in shotgun. Let's see what we got here. Roschon Johnson, the offset back. Hand off to Roschon. Picks up about another 3-4 yards, maybe 3 yards. So it'd be about a 3rd and, let's say, 4 or 5. Yep, 3rd and 5. Using Roshan early. I like that. Here we go. Caleb in shotgun. Roshan the offset back. Caleb back to throw it. So much heat on that ball, son. Why do you feel like you got to throw the ball so hard? I don't understand the early game struggles with him. That's what I don't understand. What is it about him in the early games, man? It's like when you need to make plays.
It's not just him. And that's the one thing that I'm gonna have to say. It's this offense, right? So how come they couldn't get a first down on the ground here in the first couple of
Because the offensive line can't damn block kids.
Yeah, it's that's what I'm trying to say. Like he's not like it doesn't help that those completions aren't happening for him early in the game, but it also doesn't help that the run game is providing 7 yards.
But regardless, that was a perfectly drawn up play. All you gotta do is you just gotta drop that in there and take something off of that.
It was.
You just gotta take a little bit off of that. You know what I mean? And kind of get it. It was high and outside, but it hit his hands, and most people would say it hit his hands, you should be able to catch it, but didn't have to have so much heat on that thing.
Yeah.
Just got to put that. That's one of those throws you got to put it on his body. So not only do you not risk him stretching out, going for the ball, and getting smoked by a safety. You know what I mean? Put it on him, give him a chance to get to the ground and defend himself a little bit.
Yeah, he tends to put his receivers in some peril sometimes, but hey, they're football players.
Yeah, you say that from the outside until you got to go catch one of them medicine balls.
Oh man, I know what you're saying. No, I know what you're saying. There's been a couple of balls with DJ in that last game where it was like, oh snap. You might.
I think Bonisi is on to something because I think he's answering what I said about why is it that he struggles so hard early in the game when you got to like to me you measure any quarterback on what he does late in games and on third down, right? That's really how you measure a quarterback. When you got to have it, how does he respond? And that's gonna be a thing with Caleb, man. You got to deliver when they need you to deliver, man. You can't be erratic. You gotta put that ball where it needs to be. At this point, he's no longer a rookie. You know what I mean? I expect a little bit more from him at this point. Yes, I did notice Roshan with the protective helmet. That's him with the concussion issues, man. I guess that's the best thing they could do in order to be able to use him, in these next couple of weeks to put a protector on him.
Yep. I'm kind of surprised that he was even back out there, but I'm glad to see him back. Good to see him. Need to get a little bit more out of him, though. Let's see if we can get this run game established. Like that's the biggest reason. Like they should be getting first downs on the ground early. Establish that.
All right, here we go.
Like we're just watching replays of Seattle establishing it on the ground. You know what I mean? Like this is ridiculous.
All right. Oh, get him. Got slipped down by Gino, and because Montez was coming anyway. I know, Milan.
Oh boy. Hey Milan, what's popping? First possession and 3 and out and a punt. You got it. Sounds about right.
I like the way this is shaping up, man. We could be the real spoilers today. Here we go. Shotgun.
Ooh.
Let's go. Dump it off to Zach Charbonnet. Get on him. Picked up about a good 8 to 10 yards on that one. Yes. Let's go. He's gonna let's see what they call here on the 3rd and 7. You got to get some pressure, but It's drizzling out there. It looks like it might be a somewhat slick field. I'm not making no excuses. You got to get home. I really believe what, Jay Sanders? Here we go. Oh, no, nobody even close to him. And he still throws it away. What you talking about, Jay? Three and out. 4th and 7. They about to punt it.
Okay, good.
Ain't seen the 3 out in a while. Hey,
defense, man. That's why Ron still wouldn't be a bad idea. He'll definitely feel the defense. A solid defense.
Punts in the air. Who is that? That's Josh Blackwell back there. Got tackled. Didn't really get much. Yeah, I really think we can play spoiler. It's all about matchups, man. And when Jay Sanders, when it comes down to it, when you ain't got nothing else to play for, that's the only thing on your bulletin board to give you some kind of juice. Let's go out here and play spoiler. Put some stuff on resume, put some stuff on tape. The only thing you can do is go out there and knock them out of the playoffs, and we ain't going, you ain't either. That's the only true motivation you can get out of this, unless you just really love football like me. You'll just play for free if they let you, but you know what I mean? But yeah, I do think they can play the spoiler. Here's Caleb under center. Play action. Dumps it off to DJ. DJ sprinted, probably got 9-10 yards on that. Nice play. Trying to get him into a rhythm again. Trying to get him into a rhythm. Can't be mad at that. This is the go-to play for any quarterback that needs to get a rhythm. This will get it right here. Play action boot, drop it off to the crosser. Okay, Caleb in pistol, Roman motion, Swift the back, dumps it off to Swift. You gotta do a little bit more of that. That should be a first down. Gotta do a little bit more of that. They have not been using Swift in the pass game like they should. There's some dudes in there, no doubt about it, that's thinking about vacation, Jay Sanders, but you got to rally the team to a point, man. Got to rally them somehow. Something's got to rally them. Here we go. Caleb on the center. Swift is the long back. Keenan in motion. Hand off to Swift. Picked up about a good 5 or 6 there. Nice little run. I like the play calling so far. They're getting it out of a couple of different formations, 2 or 3 formations I've seen so far. Okay, Caleb's going on the center again, it looks like. Yep, Caleb's going on the center again. Swift is the long back. Keenan in motion. Play action. Get rid of it, kid. Kind of threw the ball away. That's one of those ones you run as far as you can run, and hopefully they can play some, I forgot what you call that in practice, man, but.
Okay.
Minister Charles, he's still a full play ahead of me.
I don't know how he's Minister Charles is ahead of you because I'm so far behind you, bro. I'm just glad that they're playing decent.
All right, 3rd and 5. Roman motion. Make something happen here. Keenan didn't catch that one. He wasn't going to get the first down, no way. Got to have those, Keenan. But if he caught it anyway, he wasn't getting no first down.
No.
That's a straight up drop. Punting again. Come on now. Y'all got to give the defense a break. Ooh. Nice tackle by Tyler Scott. Tyler said, man, I'm tired of y'all playing me like a B.I. I'm going to get mine on special team.
Oh, word, Tyler Scott?
Oh, yeah.
Like at the 2? Okay.
That was nice.
All right, Tyler Scott.
It's one of those coffin corner kicks, kind of. Directional kick.
Beautiful kick. But that tackle.
Hey, you gotta, if he's gonna make the roster, you gotta get something out of him, right? He makes it 53, you gotta put him out there somewhere and be like justified putting you on the roster. Yeah, Keenan do how to catch that, man. Yeah, Keenan, you better than that, dude. I just wonder if he'd have caught it and it'd have been 4th and 1, would they had it going for it at that spot.
Yeah.
It's a rhythm thing, right? It's a rhythm thing.
It's everything, you know. They have to get that run game established. The offensive line is the issue, and you know, it's just to take it off of Caleb's shoulders is all.
Shout out to Milan, man. Thanks for coming in, man. We'll holler at you. Maybe you can pop back in here at some point because we'll be here quite some time, man. Pop back in if you can, Milan. But thank you for being here, bro.
Yeah, we're here all night, Milan, and post game, brother. Talk to you later.
Yeah. Keenan has too many drops for his status, man. We talking about a first ballot Hall of Famer. Everybody thinks he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. I do. Too many drops. Tyler Scott was picked in like the 4th or 5th round. I can't remember exactly.
Yeah, no, he's a 4th round pick. It's you know, like I said, there's a bunch of guys on this team that are definitely in question come the end of season, right? So I'm glad that at least they're giving a guy like Tyler Scott the opportunity to get something on film.
Yeah.
They should give him a couple offensive reps today, man.
I would give anything to be on a fly on the wall when they talk about Tyler Scott in meetings, just to see what they think the problem is with him. I'll give anything just to go in there and be that fly on the wall.
I don't think they think there's a problem with him at all.
I don't know. Here we go. Geno under center. They're back in the own 5-yard line.
Oh, you're so far ahead.
Good. Oh, get him on the ground. Who avalanched on him like that and let him go? I think it was Tremaine made a hell of a play. Let me see who that was. I'm not sure. It might have been.
Yeah, it was Tremaine. It was Tremaine.
Might have been TJ.
No, it was Tremaine. That hit him first?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Tremaine.
Didn't wrap.
Didn't wrap him at all. he didn't, but he seeked the play, hit the running back. Running back just bounced off him and kept going.
I can see the difference that Ford is making in this game, man. He's penetrating and forcing the ball to go a certain way, and those linebackers are starting to feel a little bit.
52.
Cricket Commish said he need DJ to get him some points.
Good luck.
All right, here we go. 3rd and 2. Geno back in shotgun. Charbonnet just motioned into the backfield. Let's go get some pressure. Get to him. Nice play, Kyler. Nice play. Hell yeah. Nice play first by Tremaine to get in his way and altered the trajectory of the ball, but good play by Kyler to finish. He had him in there. He had Tremaine in that catch-22. He had to close. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, Tremaine played that very well.
That's exactly how you got to play it.
He spied the hell out of him.
Mm-hmm. That was nice. That's exactly where you draw it up.
Yeah.
Can't commit too fast, and you can't commit too hard. You got to stay somewhere in between because you got coverage behind you. And so he did that well. He played that. He played the, I would say, the gray area really well.
Yeah.
Then I can remember those kinds of plays when you're playing nickel. When you're playing nickel like that, you find yourself in those kinds of spots too.
Yeah, just basically in wide open space.
Yeah, and you know you got coverage behind you. You got action going on behind you, and you can't overcommit forward because you know you might have to make a play and break back.
Yeah,
it's not fun, but you know if you learn how to play it right, and it's about the tease of your aggressiveness towards the quarterback to make him rethink what he's about to do. Because if you look like you're about to go charge, he's going to start doing some stuff different. And that's
he finds himself in coverage like that frequently. You know, I wish he played it more frequently like that, or maybe I need to watch more film on him.
Oh, they started playing football now. And they tried to run with Swift, and he got smoked. I didn't see what happened. I'm about to look at the replay.
Corner blitz. Lost about 7 yards. That's terrible.
They're trying to stay committed to the run, but I don't know how. Who was that? That was looked like Rome missed a block out there. Dude came free. All right, here we go. Caleb and shotgun. DJ's out. Motion. Woo! Picks up a nice, good 6-7 yards out of that. Catch and run, DJ. I think that might have been Rome on that one, Scrolls. Couldn't hold his block.
No, he was Rome was going upfield.
Well, it was Keenan there, one of them two.
Yeah.
3rd and 6. Got it respectable again. Played from, made up nice little bit of yardage there. Shotgun Caleb. DJ just motion. Get rid of the ball, kid. Oh my goodness. How are you overthrowing these balls, kid? What? You can't say nothing. You can't say shit to Rome. That's you. Rome sat right down in the hole just like he should.
Oh, he had all kinds of room.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, all kinds. There's space everywhere to put that ball.
And he's trying to make it talking about Rome was supposed to keep going. No, he's supposed to sit right down in that hole like he did. You got to hit that shit.
Soft part of the zone, he's wide open. Damn.
Just missing opportunities, man. It's not like this. Like what's bad about this is Thomas Brown is getting no respect for his play calling. He's devising the answers, and you got to hit your shit. That was a perfect play call.
Yeah, that was a great. I'm glad that you're pointing that out. That was a very good. He was wide open.
Got to hit that. All right, here we go. We're on defense again. Gino and shotgun screened it out to Big DK, and he just ran over who was that? Jalen. But Jalen made the tackle.
Damn.
Here we go. Shotgun again. All set back is Charbonnet. Let's see what we do here. 2nd and 5. He's adjusting at the line. He's seeing something. Yeah, he call a timeout. Who was that? Us or them? I don't know who called the timeout. Yeah, man. I just all I know is and if you can think, kids, you could vouch for this. I was really staunch about not being overly critical of Caleb especially early in the season, because I told people he was going to go through a rough patch, learning a new offense, verbiage, the whole 9 yards, just all the stuff that you have to do for being a quarterback early in the season. It's really premature to be judging any rookie quarterback because you got a lot to learn. But after you get past that halfway point, 10, 12 games mark, now you're no longer a rookie because you had enough time to learn and get adjusted to the play calls. Now the play calls are there. Now you just have to deliver. And for whatever reason, he hasn't been accurate early in games. It's not until late in the game when teams are up 14, 21 points and they've kind of deconstructed the defense a little bit and kind of let up a little bit where he seems to get more comfortable. Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, it does. He does seem to have sort of it's just like it's when it's hero time. If I can pull this game back, I'm going to put the game on my shoulders and try to pull this game back, as opposed to settling in and winning the football game.
Gotta win it when it's hard, bro. You gotta win when it's hard.
Yeah, right. Play winning football and win the football game the way a football game is supposed to be won. But again, I can't put everything on Caleb. There's a lot of problems here. That being said, he needs to hit a shot. He needs to hit a wide open receiver like that.
I'm seeing no problems as far as protections. I'm seeing no problems other than the drop from Keenan. I'm seeing no problems. It's you when the game is hard, when it's 3rd down and you need to deliver a strike. You need to deliver a strike or get the 1st down with your feet. That's great quarterbacking when it comes down to it. He's no longer a rookie now. He's seen enough football in the NFL, man. He's got to be better than that.
Yeah. I agree. There's times where he's not really playing to get a 1st down, right? Like I'm saying win a football game, but sometimes it's not more simple. It's just, on micro, right? Get those 10 yards.
Nice run stop there. Zach Charbonnet got caught up on a draw play. You saw Javon Dexter and you saw DeMarcus Walker in on that one. I hear you, Robert, man. I'm trying not to be overly critical of him, but at some point, man, we got to stop. I'm not going to be like these other podcasters that made their hay, and when he got signed, it's time to start being a little bit critical of him because he needs to be better. Here we go, 3rd and 4. Geno back to throw it. Nice strike into nice coverage by Tremaine, but he was there to make a play on that ball had they got pressure on it. That's the bad thing about it. It makes Tremaine look bad. If they had gotten pressure, Tremaine was there to break on that ball. That's the stuff I don't like. We got to
at least he was there and involved in the play.
All right, here we go. 1st and 10, Geno under center. Jackson Smith, and now they handed it off to Charbonnet. He picks up about a good 4 or 5 on that one. Stopped by Jonathan Ford. Jonathan Ford, you keep on showing up like you doing, man. I like what you're bringing to the table here, sir. Makes me not feel bad about standing up for you. Here we go. They hurry up, 2nd and 4, Geno and shotgun. Another handoff to Charbonnet. Oh, they just gashed Tremaine. That looks like you to me. That looked like Tremaine there. Let me see that again.
Yeah.
Let me see what happened. So the nose got double team. Tremaine. No, actually, that should have been TJ to fill that because they sealed off Tremaine. Here we go. Geno on shotgun. Back to throw it.
TJ did. He's the one who got the tackle.
Completion to Tyler Lockett for about a good 14 yards or so. I think they're trying to run some tempo right now. Let's see what Jalen did on this play. He was in the zone. Jalen played that like he didn't trust the surface out there, like he didn't trust his footing. It looked like it. Here we go. Geno on shotgun. Screen. It should be a holding right there because Jalen got held right there, and I don't know if they're going to call it. Nope. Jalen definitely got held there. I hate those plays, man, because the ref don't call them enough. Screen coming out at you, and the receiver's out there trying to block you, and he's got your whole jersey. And if the ref can't see, like they know to grab you on the inside of your jersey, so the ref on the outside can't see it. Here we go. 2nd and 7, Geno and shotgun. Let's go. Get home, somebody. Oh, there we go. There we go. Byron Coward and Daniel Hardy got in and was applying the pressure that made him move into Byron Coward. So it was a pressure from the outside from Daniel Hardy that Geno saw. It made him step up in the pocket and ran right into Byron Coward.
Oh, Byron Coward got it. Sweet.
Watch Daniel Hardy apply the pressure. That Geno felt it. He stepped into the.
Oh, that's why he stepped out.
Yep. Stepped right into it. Perfectly played. Here we go. 3rd and 10.
Oh.
Here comes a blitz. Get him. Flag on the play. It's probably a legal formation or false start. They're going to decline it, and it's going to be 4th down. That's why I mean they can play the spoiler here, Jay Sanders. All sides on the offense. Great. Woo! 4th down. So the receiver are lined up offsides.
That almost never happens.
I like the play call here. He applied that Buffalo pressure that I'm used to seeing.
That really declined.
What up, Junior? I ain't seen you in a while, man. I was going to ask Patty last time she was here how you was doing, man. How you doing, bro? And Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to the fam.
Happy holidays, Junior. Merry Christmas, brother. Hope you had fun and enjoyed it. Shout outs to Patty, too.
Yeah. Okay, we holding it down, man. We holding it down, man. We ain't out there getting pimp slapped. That's what you can ask for, man. That's the best thing you can ask for.
I agree.
Execute.
We're getting slapped, but not there. There's no pimps involved.
Look at Marlon. Marlon say it's time to break out the liquor. I already got you, man. hey, run with it for a second, kids. I'll be right back.
Absolutely, brother. Marlon, you already drinking, Marlon? It's only 3 points, Marlon. Matter of fact, I'm drinking 2. I'm drinking some Sheridan's. Got a little bit of Sheridan's in the coffee. It's my holiday drink. It's pretty nice. It's pretty good stuff. How are you going to be offsides on the offense on a pass? Like exactly, Robert. You almost never see that. And they usually tell them. You know what I mean? The ref is usually like, hey man, like you're in the neutral zone, back up. Yeah, it's like watching a JV high school game. Penalties, no big plays, a lot of punts, and boring. Yeah, well put together, lads. I agree with all of those things. No joke. It is all of those things. Marlon Johnson, I'm still celebrating the holidays. You guys had a wonderful Christmas. Good. Shout outs to the Lar family. Blessings to you guys. Blessings to all of the No Maniacs and Super No Maniacs out there. You too, Minister Charles Johnson. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays, dog. Same to you, Robert Frau. The Bears are the #1 source of alcoholism in Chicago. You are, yes, this I believe. This, I would also say maybe also women. But hey, take it for what it's worth. Here's what it is. Hey, Patty. Oh, you're making lasagna, man. I'd say I'm hungry, but yo, like the food has been in full effect. We went buffet two days ago, and then did like some crazy Chinese food yesterday too. Like nobody was cooking. We all just chipped in as a family and got some like mad Chinese food, and I've been good. Doing anything for New Year's? Good question.
I'm back, kid.
I usually have a party on New Year's, so that's how New Year's goes. We'll see how she goes. I don't know, but we usually have a bunch of folks at the house. It's usually a bit of a shit show over here. Hey, people just find their way here.
Talking about being in the spirit. I'm decked out in all green Nike suit with a white hat on. I'm rolling. But here we go. 1st and 10. Caleb back in shotgun. Throws a DJ.
Oh, you're still at the game? Armando? Junior? Sorry.
Junior's what?
Junior's son's at the game in the north end zone.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
What was that? Pass interference, DJ Moore. Did he push off or something?
He must have pushed off. The way
Hey, Marlon said he need an invite to your shit.
I hear you, man.
I think we eat too much during the holidays.
That's the worst part.
Not to let that be my handicap this year. 1st and 14. Caleb, shotgun, toss it to DJ. Get upfield, DJ. Barely gets out of that. They can't run the ball, so they're doing what they can do to substitute for that. They know they can't run the ball, and they're ad-libbing with the screen game.
Oh God.
They have no choice, Bonisi. I hear you, Robert, man. You can't,
Marlon, I'd send you an invite, man, but I ain't sending you a plane ticket.
Here we go, Caleb. Shotgun, DJ in motion. 2nd and 17. Let's get 9 out of this thing. Nice throw. Nice strike to DJ. Nice throw. Really nice throw by Caleb. Throw and catch was nice. It's just a Nike hood, lads. It's just a Nike. It's basically a green Nike fit. Christmas green. Bought it just for the season. It's a whole Nike fit, top to bottom. Hoodie, that whole thing, man. You can't those kind of clothes never get old. I'll have this until I'm like 80. That's the way they made these suits. But here we go, 3rd and 7. Caleb in the shotgun, empty set. Screen play to Swift. It's going to be a 1st down. Swift, great job following his blockers. Great job. Great play call. Give Thomas Brown some props. Shit. What up, Dante?
Dante Purify. What it do, brother?
You're here now, Dante. That's all the F that matters. Oh, Caleb just threw a pick.
Junior had a Godzilla Christmas.
Caleb just threw a pick, but it might be a pass interference or something. It's a flag on the play.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think it's a PI.
Defensive?
Yeah. I think it was, what was that? Too many men on the field? Yep.
Too many men on the field for them. Good.
Yep. Got the snap off in time. I wonder, did he do that purposely, or did he just happened by happenstance?
No, he did. He pointed.
Here we go. 1st and 5. Kevin shotgun. DJ in motion. Swift to offset back. Toss left. Get upfield. Nice run. Nice run by Swift. Good block by DJ. Jake Curran got out there on the block. Okay. All right. Okay, T. Brown. I know you ain't going to get the credit you deserve, but you calling a damn good game, sir. Here we go. Caleb and shotgun. Swift to offset back. Another handoff to Swift. Ooh, nice stiff arm, and gets him a couple of extra yards on that one. He probably would have got stopped for a loss, but Swift is really, really quick and shifted to the outside.
Ooh. Nothing we had there, really.
Yeah, you talking about the dam just broke. It was nothing out there for him. Here we go. 2nd and 7. Roshan's in the backfield. Shotgun. DeAndre Swift's in motion, so they got 2 running backs in. Get rid of the ball, kid. Oh, he takes a sack. All you had to do is dump that down to Swift. All you had to do is dump that down. Just drop that off, man. Don't try to go for the home run. Just drop that off. You're killing them in the short area, man. Drop that thing off, Caleb.
There were 3 guys ready there, you know?
It's still, you gotta let it go anyway. Gotta give it to him. He had Roshan in front of him. It was perfectly set up. He's just not doing the things he needs to do. Screen pass to DJ. Woo-hoo-hoo. Woo-hoo. DJ being great. Look at DJ just being great. These are great design calls, man. I'm telling you, take your hat off to Thomas Brown. These call designs are great.
DJ more vex, yo.
These call designs are great. I mean, when you can't run the ball effectively, what do? You lean on the short area athletes, man. You got a hell of an athlete in DJ Moore, DeAndre Swift, and you just lean on them. You can't run the ball the way you want to, so there's other things that you can do. This is plan B. Caleb under center. Roshan, they just penetrated and just reminded the Bears why you're not going to be able to run the ball. Your offensive line sucks at run block. Let me see who got their ass whooped here. Oh my goodness. Coleman Shelton. Holy crap.
Buried.
Coleman Shelton need his ass whooped, man. Okay, here we go. 2nd and 11. Nice drop off. Nice drop off to Keenan. Way to ad-lib there, Caleb. Way to ad-lib.
Oh.
Oh. Bad snap. All right, I'm going to get it to somebody. Drop it off to Keenan. That's some great pocket awareness right there. Here we go. 1st and 10. Shotgun. Swift in motion. Empty set. Let's get rid of the ball. Holy crap, dude. This dude is not a touch thrower. He's not very much of it. Is a flag on the offense.
What the hell?
I don't know what that was.
Why didn't he throw that like short to Everett?
He's not a touch thrower, man. I'm starting to come to that conclusion. DJ's on the sideline.
I keep seeing those like there's no low defense. Like I got to see this on replay. Do they replay this?
You got to have touch on those throws. There's no touch there. None whatsoever. Caleb in an empty set, 2nd and 10.
DJ hurt?
He's over on the sidelines. I don't know what's wrong. Caleb just heaves it in the back of the end zone. If he throws that ball, Colin Johnson has a beat on his defender, man. He just gives that guy a chance.
Jesus Lord.
You got to take advantage of these opportunities in the red zone, man. They got it blocked up. You just got to throw it. They're doing a good job blocking it up. You just got to throw it, kid. Here we go. 3rd and 10. Surprise me, man. Put this thing in the end zone for a touchdown. Caleb back to throw it. Oh! There's a shot, but there's a flag on the play. What would they call? Holding. Offense. On Jake Kieran. Those are the kind of throws that he wants. Out of the pocket, on the run, and those wild USC throws. USC throws.
Sometimes that ain't what it is.
I think that was a bad call, to be honest with you.
Where's the holding?
Yeah, I didn't like that call. 3rd and 20.
Sure.
I'm not trying to be a homer either. I didn't like that call at all. Nice play set up, but it's just great play by Boye Mafe. Yeah, I think I've seen much more egregious holding calls that didn't get called. And he calls that shit. I didn't really even see the hold there. That's some rinky-dink shit right there.
Yeah. Yeah, well.
Credit Thomas Brown, that series. Credit DeAndre Swift, DJ Moore. And partial credit to Caleb Williams. That last throw was pretty good, but those are the kind of throws that people got all excited about when he was at USC. When he's out of the pocket, those off-balance throws when he's throwing against his body like that, those kind of throws that people really, oh, yeah. That's great. But he missed a wide open, Gerald Everett in the end zone, and also a Colin Johnson that was on a crosser. He was open. You just have to see it. What up, Smitty?
Yeah. What it do, Smitty Q? Shout out to our guy that scrolls who's back. But yeah, man, I don't know. He'll get better.
You got no choice but to get better. He better.
He'll get better.
Whole damn franchise on you.
But I'm glad you're pointing out that Thomas Brown is actually dialing things up in a decent manner, and it's up to Caleb to execute. He's got to take what's given out there, and there's a couple of times. True Rogue Sigma's in the building. What's popping?
What up, Rogue?
Yeah. You know, he's got to
I
take.
mean, I'm telling you, kids, when you all 22 shows everything, and when you see it, it's just like these are great. I mean, it's not only great call design, it's when he calls them. It's when he calls them. He calls them. I mean, the perfect script for the perfect defense that he sees or predicts is going to be out there, and gives Caleb the answers. Gives him the answers, and you just have to execute. I mean, anybody, just because we're not getting the wins, people are gonna just, oh, Thomas Brown's not a good coach. He doesn't deserve. I don't think you're seeing. I don't think you're seeing this stuff the way you need to see it. I really don't. You know what I mean? But I know fans are fans, and they look at the world and wins and losses when it comes to this thing. And he's not getting wins, and that's the way he'll be judged. But I'm telling you, you look at. I'm telling you, in hindsight, when you look at the all 22. It's even better than it looked live during the game, and then you can really see and detect what went wrong on each play. You know, so I mean, I think he's designing some great stuff with somebody else's playbook.
I'm worried about Spinny Q out there. You flying planes, Spinny Q? What's going on? Yo, that's crazy. I ain't wrangling with landing gear. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to stay on the ground. Either that, or I'm paying somebody else to pilot my butt to where I gotta go. But shout out to you if you're out there piloting. That's dope in its own right. It's crazy.
Okay, ball is in the air.
Oh, word.
Touchback.
Okay.
Don't speak to it.
Boom. Man, I'm so far behind you. It's crazy.
Here we go. The defense looked really, really solid these last couple of series. Let's see if we can keep that trend up, because if they catch some momentum and start getting a little vibe, watch out. They can start playing downhill. Here we go. Gino and shotgun. Charbonnet to offset back. Draw play. Nice play design. That was good. Nice tackle by Jonathan Owens. That caught everybody off guard right there. And here's Tyreek Stevenson and DK Metcalf getting into it. Oh, they threw some hands out there. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Somebody stand up for him. That's what I'm talking about, D-Walk. That's what I'm talking about. Fuck y'all think this is?
Oh, okay.
My house.
Yeah, DK is going to get ejected from this game.
My house. What y'all think this is out here? That's what I'm talking about.
See, sometimes you need a jerk.
You know, Tyreek can't react. Oh, they need to eject DK. They need to eject DK.
Yeah, they do. Oh, with headbutt? Yeah, he needs to go. But we'll see if they eject.
That's what I'm talking about. What they call that? I'm not exactly sure what they did, because I got so hyped up. I was not looking, boy. I was like, I'm out there on the field. On Metcalf. They should have really threw him out for that head, but anybody else, they should have threw him out the game for that bullshit.
Yeah, but it's against the Bears, man. You know what I mean? People are allowed to do dumb stuff like that against the Bears, but the Bears can't do stuff like that against other people. It's just Bears tax.
He out there threatening Tyreek, talking about he gonna beat his ass.
Wow, watch it. Oh, Tyreek is in his Hey, be smart, Tyreek.
That's what everybody happens on the field, on the gridiron, man. Motherfuckers want to be meeting up after the game. Like, hey, we can do this shit. We can do this shit. You talking all that shit? Let's fight. Ain't nobody gonna let them fight, man. There's gonna be too many people in the way. Only time they're gonna get in a fight if they ran into each other in Cabo after the season. Ain't nobody there to break it up. There's too many teammates there.
For real, at the yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. I just like to see
Open
my
bar.
motherfucking spice around this motherfucker. Shit. Don't let nobody come in your house and bully you around. Hell yeah, D-Walk. That's what I need. I needed to see that, kids.
That's why it was funny. Yeah, Metcalf was holding. He was the guy who initiated the contact, and Tariq was pushing him off. He was all up in his sleeve, and he took it. He took it some kind of way. It was a little bit odd, but
I love Tyreek, man, because he's spicy. Without Tyreek, that doesn't even happen.
He's my favorite jerk on this team.
That's the kind of stuff you need to give you that little bit of juice, that little bit of Monster Energy drink. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You need to happen out there. Show some goddamn resistance, some resilience, and some pride because you in your fucking home.
Well, so far DK Metcalf really ain't had a great football game, so I'm pretty sure he's a second wide receiver. So that would be Tariq all day long. So Tariq gonna get in his behind. And that's how it's gonna be all game long. So watch. DK Metcalf's gonna be off his game.
What up, Dr. Earl? All I can tell you though, Tyreek, hey, if you see that motherfucker in the tunnel, go the other direction, man. It's a big old boy. I don't think you want that.
Yeah, yeah.
Dude right there.
Yeah. You kind of want to avoid him, to be honest with you.
I don't think you want none of that in real life.
No, he's a large human being.
That's
You don't want nothing to do with none of that. No.
Nah, you don't want to fool with that in real life.
No.
That's a big old cat right there.
Yeah, DK he's got
all muscle.
1 reception and 5 yards. So far Tariq Stevenson is doing a darn job.
Let me see. It's on the replay right now. Now Tyler Lockett talking to DeMarcus. He did have him yammed up a little bit. Here we go. Let's go. Get him on the ground. Get him on the ground. Don't let him get this first down. Nice design screenplay there. Okay, let's see if they gave you some extra spice, man.
Oh boy.
What do you like your KFC? Original or spicy, motherfucker?
I prefer Popeyes, but
original or spicy?
Always spicy.
I get the original. And I just spicy with the hot sauce.
I need the kick. So I do spicy and the hot sauce.
So you just like being on the toilet. There we go, 3rd and 3. Because I know that's what it does.
Yeah.
3rd and 3. Empty
Gotta
set.
come out somehow.
Let's get home, Bears. Somebody get home. Let's get home.
They're playing the John Cena theme music right before the show.
Okay. Dump off to, I think they sent TJ on a blitz, which not TJ, but Tremaine was back in coverage. So TJ didn't play that with the proper alignment. I got to give him that one. Ooh, get his ass. Man, they starting to get a little bit of pressure back there, but they just, I don't know what happened.
Ooh. Oh.
1st and 10.
There's got to be DK Metcalf, like I knew it.
Get home. Got him. Oh, he slipped out of there. Montez had him. Montez had him. That bastard was slippery on that one. All right. Timeout. I like where we are, people. I love where we are. I love where we are right now. It's a game within a game going on. All I know is that little scrum between Tyreek and DK got me fired up. Got my juices going. I see stuff like that on the field, and it feels like I'm out there, man. I just get instantly that'll get me charged up.
Well, I'm with you, bro. We'll see how this thing goes. Hopefully, lights a fire underneath them. You know, something starts to go. But
I feel like we are somewhat in control of this. You know what I mean? I think we're doing what we need to do for the most part, is to bend but don't break philosophy. But I think we're controlling the game to an extent.
Well, the defense isn't playing terribly today. They're playing all right. What up, FFG?
Not a one Pro Bowler on this team. Better not be not a one. I know you've probably seen that CHGO short talking about, do we have any Pro Bowlers? Motherfucker, do we have any Pro Bowlers record? Who's going to put a Pro Bowler on from the Bears on? Who's going to do that? What up, FFG? We're going to do some college footage here. Some content coming up soon, man. Probably
Jalen Johnson, man.
24 to 40.
He's a Pro Bowler.
What'd you say?
I think Jalen Johnson is a Pro Bowler.
Nah, he ain't had no Pro Bowl season.
Can't argue with that either.
You got to have numbers, man. Certain statistics. Unfortunately,
no numbers, no stats, no wins, nothing positive, and that's sort of what I'm saying. I think he needs to be. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, we scroll crazy there.
Uh-oh.
You gonna get your ass beat. Here we go. 2nd and 6, Geno and shotgun. Charbonnet to offset back. Looks like they're mugging a blitz. Let's see if they come. It's a run blitz. Nicely played. Nicely played, Chris Williams. Nicely played.
Okay.
3rd and 5.
All right.
The clock is ticking.
I was just gonna say, about 40-odd seconds left in the half. Bears haven't been. Wow, this game is nowhere near being out of hand.
Nah, you're right where you want to be, given the circumstances. You made some mistakes and didn't execute when you were supposed to. You know, to be where you are, you're lucky.
Yeah.
Defense is doing his job.
Same things can be said about the Seattle Seahawks, though, right?
Yeah, true that too. But yeah, they're a much better team than us right now, given the circumstances.
Oh, no question. No question. They're vying for postseason potential. We simply have the ability to kick them in the shins.
All right, here we go. Geno. Oh, nice knockdown. Jake Martin. Oh, it's raining out there. I think we're starting to steal the momentum right here. I think we're stealing the momentum. 26 seconds left. Thomas Brown, go ahead and put your foot on the gas. You got nothing to lose here. I love that hybrid front right there. Give them something they hadn't seen before. No, they do not look like a Bonisi, look like a playoff team. That's the whole idea. Go out here and make them look like they're not a playoff team. Yeah, Dr. Earl. Field goal up, and the kick is good. All right, 21 seconds left on the clock. Why do you want to do this? Let's see if we, some trickery on a kickoff return might not be a bad idea here. You haven't pulled any of that shit out of the bag. And I know they have plays because they all practice on that shit every week on the trick plays and the scheme designs. It was a good time to pull it out. What you got to lose, Richard Hightower? You can F it up in the rain and let the ball slip out and put yourself up against the wall, but that's going to be a Thomas Brown decision, whether they want to play it safe or be aggressive. Hey, hold on one second, kids. Let me let my wild ass cat out.
Absolutely, man. Well, we'll see what he schemes up, man. And hopefully our guy Caleb can roll with it. But I do got to give Thomas Brown a little bit of love. He is scheming things up and providing Caleb Williams with some answers. He's just got to see him and execute now, man. So 20 seconds left in the second, 21 seconds. We'll see what he can do with this. Right? Yeah.
I'm back.
I know what the Bears are, but I'm not impressed by the Seattle Seahawks. I'm right there with you, man. Right there with you, King Booker. They have not executed either today and kind of deserve to be right where they are. So, if they're heading into the postseason, they're going to have some problems.
This is good training wheels. Take the training wheels off area of the field. Let's see what Caleb Williams can do with 21 seconds on the clock. Ball at the 30.
1,000,000,000%.
Ooh, nice draw play to Swift, but he didn't get much. He didn't get much with it. Use a timeout.
That is a slick call. That's a slick play call. And draw play here. Yeah.
Let's get to field goal. Let's let that be the interim goal. Let's get to a field goal.
That's all we need. Stay in line with them. If you can get to the end zone, great, but they're pretty deep.
Let me see. We still got one timeout to work with. So whatever happens, we need to be ready to go tempo, whether we need to spike it or whatever. But let's get a first down out of this.
They just gave us 2 more seconds on the clock.
All right, Caleb's in shotgun. Swift's the offset back. It looked like it's raining pretty good out there. Caleb back to throw it. He takes a sack.
I didn't mean he took a sack.
That's exactly what you don't do, Caleb. Took the training wheels off and he fell.
There he is.
Time to pull it out. Because you can't do that, Caleb. If you do nothing else, you throw that ball into the moon.
Why didn't you take the check down? Timeout. Yeah. No.
Yeah,
they just walked the thing off into the half. That's terrible.
You just missed an opportunity to get points. You just missed an opportunity to get at least 3. You got to make the right decisions down there. You notice quickly whether or not if the dump down is going to take 7 seconds off, then you don't throw that and you just throw it out of bounds and get to the next play.
That's right. Stops the clock.
The last thing you do is take a sack there. That's absolutely the last thing you do there. That kind of irritates me, man, because this is one of those, when things get, your Joe Burrow and your Patrick Mahomes type moments, when you got time that's not in your favor, what kind of decisions can you make, right? What kind of decision do you know the situation well enough that you know everything in front of you? I know that if I don't see right away, if I don't see the safety move back or move forward, then I know right away either dump it off to the outlet or throw that ball to the moon somewhere. But get to the next play regardless. Don't take the fucking sack. You got to make good decisions right now.
Yep. That's not how you go into the locker room, but I think we'll see what it looks like.
Come on, you got 3 things you could have done. You could shoot for the there's some kind of corner route or something to the sidelines is there for about 10, 12 yards. There's something there. Guaranteed the way they designed that. There's the outlet to the running back or the tight end that's there. Or you throw the ball into the moon. But those are the three options. Those are it. You don't take the sack. You don't hold that ball.
You can't. Right?
What do you think? You're going to get the deep shot? It ain't there.
If it's not there, it's not there. You take what you know what I mean?
No,
take what the Lord gives you, man.
Let's be real clear. That deep shot ain't there. It's not there.
Yeah. Take what the good Lord gives you. You basically got a man in the center who's your check down, hit him. Get down. Try it. You know what I mean? Get down, call your timeout, try again. Or just like you're saying, chuck it out of bounds. The clock stops and you can go one more time. Can't get it.
Right. What he did is the second to last thing you would want to do in that situation, take the sack. But the last thing, Scrolls is right, is throw a pick six.
That is fair.
Or throw a pick, period.
Yeah, fair enough.
Man,
well, throw a pick. Pick six is not to happen.
He missed some opportunities for sure. Several of them so far. You can't. I mean, overall, they're playing some pretty good football. You know, pretty good football. When we just thought they would just show up out here in uniform and say hut and just let these motherfuckers just run touchdowns and throw touchdowns all over them, they came to fight. They came to fight. The pride is showing up on the field.
Minister Charles Johnson, was that the last play? Was it actually a Tyler Scott corner route? Post corner? I'm just going back to look at this right now because that'd be kind of impressive to me.
Yeah, you want to do something we haven't done in a long time?
What's that?
I'll show you in just a second. Give me 1 second.
They didn't sub him on.
Huh?
Tyler Scott.
Here we go. Oops.
Best Chicago Bears content anywhere. Catch Nomad live pregame 1 hour prior to kickoff and Nomad at night postgame, and every Friday evening at 7 p.m. Central on all the most popular streaming platforms, and only on the Nomad Network.
That is right. For the first time in a very long time, that just reminded me of my guy, Chris Washington. We love him and miss him over here big time and dearly. I think that was just one of those, what do you call that, nostalgia moments? You know what I mean? The only thing that was off in that infomercial was we won't be doing a Nomad Live or a Nomad at Night on Friday. But Kedz, do you want to commit to him to do a normal Nomad at Night on Sunday on our regular time? You want to give the fans an extra?
Well, we'll see what we do, man.
Oh, he's saying no maniacs. He said no.
I don't know what we're gonna do moving forward, but we'll see what she looks like. But I do want to give a shout out to our guy Chris, man, and the work he put forward for us, man, and all the support. Big shout outs to our guy Chris Washington, man. Just
miss that guy.
All sorts of love for that dude, man.
I know he would be proud of us too, man, because somehow, some way, we figured out a way to, to band together and make this stuff happen without him. You know what I mean? And him being such an integral part of what we did and what we do now. But what he did indirectly is really set us up to be, do what we're doing right now, and to, to me, I think we got tighter since then. You know what I mean? Me, you, Nick. We've just gotten tighter, you know what I mean? And it's just us, man. And it's just like, Nick's our little brother. Kedz is my brother. I mean, I'm going to fight for these guys, man. And I just appreciate him, man. I just had a moment right there, and I apologize to you all. But Minister Charles is you mind if I speak to Minister Charles? What you trying to do here? If you don't mind, just give me a yay or a nay. I can speak to it because Minister Charles is talking about starting his show Monday, and I was I'm not gonna say no more than what I think you would allow me to say, Minister Charles, but he says please do. Okay, that's all I need. All I needed. So Minister Charles is by all accounts, man, he really, really wants to see if he can affect some people. And he's a stroke survivor. And he survived some hard stuff, and it's affected his mobility, his quality of life, different stuff like that. These are life-altering events in your life. And Minister Charles has gone through it, and he knows there's people out there that have survived these things. And some people, something like that I would imagine would make people lose hope on and probably forget the direction that they once had in life, because this is so debilitating. And so he leaned on to me. He asked me for help. And so what I did was I got Minister Charles into the studio, and I showed him, and I'm not done yet. I've only scratched the surface with Minister Charles. The things that I'm going to do to try to help him out, try to help him get his channel started, and hopefully Kedz will do the same thing, and Nick too. It's going to be pivotal because, the message that he's trying to send is going to be impactful to the people that need to hear this stuff. Some people need hope. And the easiest thing for most people to do is to give up. Everybody's not built strong like you, all the strong people in the world. I had to learn that a long time ago. And for those people, you need to be their crutch. And so Minister Charles is trying to set up a network and a channel that provides the outlet for people to come on in there, and whatever they're dealing with, y'all work through that stuff together and minister it to each other at the same time. And I'm not talking about, I don't think it's about religion at all. I think it's about ministering to people as human beings, making sure you're getting what you need. Tell me what you need. If I can do something to help you out, I'll do it. I think that's the energy I got from Minister Charles. And I so appreciated it. And I told him, and I mean that when I said it, anything that I can do, I will be willing to do it on a moment's notice. Just let me know what you need from me. And if I can do it, I'll deliver. And I'm speaking for myself. I'll let Kedz speak to that himself.
Well, everybody, if you can, by all means, support Minister Charles's show. If he's going live on Monday, let's give him a little bit of love, a little bit of support. He, considering he has given us all kinds of love and all kinds of support, we'll do the exact same right back for him. So that's just how we are here. So shout out to you, sir, and we can't wait to see your content. What's the name of the show, if you don't mind, so that we know what we're looking for when you post up? But throw that in the chat. Keep us all abreast. And
again, I think we need to pull up on Minister Charles sometime in the next 24 to 48 hours to make sure he's got what he needs. What, you cool with that?
I may have some time in the next 24 to 48. So yeah, let's try and shake this out. I know you guys reached out to me this weekend. It was a little bit tough because I was off doing what most people did weeks before, and that is shop for presents for people they love. I'm a jerk, so that was sort of my much like Tyler.
He just gave you the name of the show.
What's that? No days off, he says. Word up.
So that is, he explained that to me, and that's the perfect title for the show, because when you're a survivor of something so impactful on your life, there's no okay, wait till the next day, or no, you got to deal with that every day, from whatever your handicap may or may not be, to pain tolerance. There's no getting away from that. There's no basically no sidestepping this. There's no avoiding it. You have to confront this every single day. And that's the energy I got from Minister Charles. So I think this is the perfect title for the show, man. I think it's the perfect name, Minister Charles. I think that's just it.
I think that's awesome. I think that will resonate with a lot of people. It's a grandiose world out there, and there's all sorts of things that affect us that we kind of have to battle as individuals all by ourselves. Like, and I'm kind of talking from a health perspective. I know Minister Charles, again, specifically is a stroke survivor, but there's folks out there who are battling through all kinds of ailments, right? And it's an everyday struggle for them, and it's a lot of stress, and that stress is hard to relate to, right? Unless you know a bunch of other people who are experiencing the exact same ailment. It's a little bit lonely, right? So sharing that experience with others, and I'm sure that will be helpful for them to sort of make it through the experience that they're going through.
The one thing that I can remember that I really took with me after I got done working with Minister Charles was the thing that carried over was, people don't realize that when someone suffers a significant event like that in their lives, and a life altering event like that, like it doesn't just affect that human. It affects every human that he loves and that loves him. So it's a family thing. It's like a small community, a little pride thing. I'm talking about your community, your tribe, your people.
You're right.
You know what I mean? It's more. It affects everybody. So when something happens to you, because you gave all that love out to everybody, and people gonna want to return that love, it's gonna affect their lives too. And so I thought that was important, something that we talked about too, man. So I just hope people just tune into that. Somebody somewhere watching the show has somebody that they love that's going through stuff like this.
I do.
Really, really get some stuff out of this. So check him out, man. We're going to talk about it a little bit more. The ball is in the air. You're welcome, Mr. Charles. That was more than our pleasure to do that. Tyler Scott tripped up out there, but
decent return?
It was decent.
Okay.
The field conditions suck. We got you, Minister Charles. Don't worry about it. Yes, sir, Bonisi. Just show up and just for the support, bro. I'll just ask, just to make sure you show up, just to get him off to the right start. Just show up, and we'll have. Hopefully, I can talk Minister Charles into coming on here and talking about it a little bit more. But here we go. Caleb, play action. Rolling out to his right. Runs out of bounds. Holds on to the ball. He didn't see what he needed to see out there. Let's see. It's full out raining out there.
Oh, it's coming down now?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. 2nd and 10.
How are you on 2nd and 10? I'm still seeing Santa Claus with a bucket.
Roman motion, Caleb under center. Swift the long back. Hand off to Swift. Oh, Swift ripped him for about 7 or 8.
Okay.
They are, man, I love Thomas Brown, man. Thomas Brown is not deterred. He gonna try to get this running game going one way or the other. Maybe the rain's helping that a little bit. They can't get traction or something, but that was a nice call. 3rd and 2. Thomas Brown.
To be honest with you, we haven't even made we've had no business in the second half to be running the football. This is still a close football game. If they can establish the run now, finally, we might have something here.
Caleb handoff to Roshan. Roshan has no wiggle. None whatsoever. He could have made more out of that.
It's a battering ram.
4th and 1, and they're gonna have to punt it.
Oh, he could have just broke that up he could have got the first.
All he had to do was bounce that to the left.
Just a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a little bounce.
Man,
he's determined to go north-south through human beings. There ain't no daylight over there.
Fake punt their ass or something. Nope. Punt is off.
Bury your head.
Fair catch at about the 18.
Oh, man.
Roshan, I never, you know what, and you know everybody. I can remember a particular podcast that I was watching at the time that was just so giddy about Roshan Johnson before the draft, and the fact that he got drafted. Oh, they thought they just won the damn lotto, like the big jackpot. There's Roshan Johnson, and it's like, I'm just like, dude, you didn't win shit, bro. You didn't win shit. Roshan Johnson is a standard running back. But they thought that he was the best thing since sliced bread, man. Yeah, I ain't gonna call their names out, but I thought that was fucking hilarious, bro. Here we go. Play action, Geno Smith. Dump down to nice tackle, Kyler. Picks up about 7 or 8. Charbonnet. Roshan Johnson is just a standard running back, man. I'm not trying to take anything away from him, but he's a very standard running back. Probably would look a little bit better with a different offensive line, no question about it. But there's nothing extraordinary about Roshan Johnson.
Wish I could argue with a sentence you said there. I can't. Not at all.
2nd and 4, handoff to way to string him out. Way to string him out. Nice job by Kyler and DeMarcus Walker doing their damn jobs. DeMarcus Walker forced that to the outside and then back into himself. But Kyler standing out there really ran him into him. There we go. 3rd and 5. Chris Paulson he has no breaks whatsoever. Here we go. 3rd and 5. Geno back to throw it. Let's go. Get him.
Look, I don't know what just happened.
That freaking surface, man.
What that?
This guy's getting there, and Geno just found the alley.
Damn, Geno. Holy smokes. He probably could have got another 7 or 8 yards.
He probably could have kept going to hit his head on the goalpost.
Man.
I know, Chris, man. I know. Man.
Montez Sweat, bro. Gotta hit home, bro.
Handoff. Nice play by boy. Jake Martin is affecting this game. Chris said he has a bad feeling we're gonna win the game. Hey, Chris, go take a fucking time out, man. Go stand your ass in the corner. Go stand your ass in the corner so fucking where. That's fucking funny. 2nd and 8. Geno Smith under center.
Announcers are calling out Bears defenders. See, I don't want to hear nothing from Al.
Get him down. Picked up about a good 5 out of that. Announcers, man, please. Without Andrew Billings, this thing is they didn't realize how short-handed they were without him. Now we got the NASCAR package out there, 3rd and 3. Geno and shotgun. Charbonnet to offset back. Let's get out. Let's get to him. Boom! Let's get him. Oh, got it. Ball on the ground. Let's get it. Who got that ball? Looks like. They got it back. That should have been a turnover.
That's fine.
Daryl take it to the quarterback. Yep, it is a pick coming, Chris. I will agree with you with that. They're starting to stuff that Eric Washington is calling up with his personnel is starting to hit home.
Oh, man. Oh, yeah. Chris Williams should have had that ball. It was in his hands. What it do, Rock Davis? Yeah, 3 lowly points. But hey, they only got 6. So it's a football game.
So I'm talking about. Hey, quit talking shit about my Bears and this coaching staff. Don't blame none of this shit on the coaching staff that's out there. None of it.
Take it easy.
None of it.
Wait now.
None of it. I know it's easy to try to point blame. It's their
the defense hasn't been great.
As fans, we always need somewhere to point the goddamn finger. But most of the time, as fans, and I'm just talking about it as an observer, we don't point the finger where it belongs as fans. We just see the immediate result. This guy's bad, or that guy's bad. He's not this, or he's not that, and don't see the totality of it. But I think that's why we're here, kids, so that the yin and yang of what me and you do, I bring a player's perspective from the field and see the game in a certain way, and you're like the ultimate fan to me. I mean, and that's why what we do works well. You know what I mean? Because people don't see the shit the way they need to, and somebody needs to be able to rein them in, man. Really, they do.
This is it. Like, you know, I agree with you by way of Thomas Brown, right? I actually do. I'm not sitting here and saying that he should be the next head coach of the Chicago Bears, but I am sitting here saying that he's doing by way of offensive coordination again, he's doing the right stuff. He's coordinating this offense correctly. At least he's trying, and I applaud him for the attempt. Eric Washington, on the other hand, I'd probably need to take a closer look at, but it hasn't really passed the smell test. This defense has really gotten a lot worse since a certain bearded gentleman left the fold.
Well, listen, man. I'm not saying I'm not saying that the coaching staff. I'm talking about the initial offense. I mean, the head coach and the offensive coordinator didn't know what they were. I'm not saying that they didn't know what they were doing. I'm agreeing with the fans for the most part in regards to that. But I'm saying, remember when we talked about this in the offseason and we said that the stopgap that they hired onto this team as coaches were Thomas Brown, Eric Washington, those guys would be the emergency switch. And now it's starting to manufacture itself right now. They're getting used to their personnel. Hand off to DeAndre Swift. Picks up about good 3 yards. Decent. You can see a little gusto coming from him. Hey, man, you know, I know everybody wants the bright new name that's coming out in the coaching carousel, man, but that's not going to fix your culture. I hate to tell you. Not an offense coordinator out there that's going to fix the culture. We'll talk about that in the postgame. 2nd and 6. Caleb under center. Swift long back. DJ in motion. Play action. Caleb scrambling. He's running for it. Get your little fat ass out of bounds, man. All right. You need to do that more often. Like when you don't see what you need to see in a timely manner, keep the momentum and just go out and get positive yards.
Okay.
Boy got some man hips on him or something. Here we go. 1st and 10. 6:53 on the left in the third quarter. Caleb in the shotgun, dumps it off to DeAndre Swift. I don't think he trusted the block in there. That's my answer for that.
DeAndre Swift?
Yeah, I don't think he trusted the block in there, and he ran away from it.
Oh, that was just silly. He went north. He went east-west. Sacrificed a bunch of yardage. There's some room there.
Who called him soft, man? They called Caleb soft. Here we go. 2nd and 11. Caleb back to throw it. Dotted it for a couple yards out of bounds to Keenan Allen. Now it's 3rd down. Rock Davis says, yo, guys, we have but one more game left. The defense is frustrated. That's where their effort went. These guys playing now not to get hurt, and culture is going to change when you win. Yeah, there's some of that going on for sure, Rock. I talked to kids about that when we went live. Here we go. Shotgun 3rd and 9. Strike. Hit a. Oh. Boy, he just got walloped. I want to see what he saw. It's probably likely an opportunity there. All right, punt. 4th and 20.
Wow, that's a lot.
That's a bad punt right there. Scrolls, you need to email Caleb, man, and be his spokesman. Straight up. All these commercials, man, making me hungry. I think, who was that making that commercial with Jerry Rice and talking?
Yeah, I could eat some rice right now, actually.
Talking about football. There's a
real talk. I'm kind of hungry too, these damn commercials. But yeah, I don't. So he's really trending. Like, them sacks is crazy, is all I'm trying to say. The sack number is crazy.
Yeah, but you can't. You gotta know what to do, man. You can't keep letting people put their hands on you. There's things you can do. You can throw the damn ball away.
Yeah.
Or you can hit the outlet.
Either would work. Or the check down. That works too.
You eventually, all that collateral damage from people putting their hands on you, avalanching you like what 90 just did, that eventually the totality of it catches up to you. And you do uncharacteristic things because of the residual from it. You know what I mean? Am I hitting home with your kids? Because that kind of stuff, it might not show up. It might not be obvious now, but later on it's going to show up.
It's obvious now, but like this guy, I don't. Oh man, I don't understand why he's in this situation. What a cluster!
I just don't want it to be, we need a new offensive coordinator, we need a new coach. It's never what he fucking does, and that's the shit that pisses me off because people went so hard trying to make this thing happen with us drafting him, which is cool. No problem with that. But it can't get to the level to where it went to that level, and now we got to protect from people criticizing him because it'll make us look bad kind of energy.
Well, that's
bullshit, man. Either you're going to be a fan or you're not.
Well, no, that's what it is. It is what it is. People, people are going to be prideful about that stuff, and they're going to speak with their ego in these situations. And it is what it is. But I'm gonna and they're looking at him right now. I'm about to throw you under a bus, dog, and here you are in the rain in a suit.
It was just got an incompletion, 2nd and 10. Geno Smith kind of threw the ball away. But go ahead.
I'm just saying, this young man should not be in this situation at all, and Ryan Poles should be fired. Fuck it. I'm just saying it out loud now.
Dad. Well, all right, here we go. 2nd and 10. Draw play to Charbonnet. Nice by Byron Coward. Nice. 3rd down. Mr. Charles, I ain't putting that on the screen. You wild. Here we go. 3rd and 7. Yeah. Geno back in shotgun. Charbonnet to offset back. Look like they're mugging a blitz. Let's see if they actually bring the pressure. Oh, they drop back. Let's see if we get home. Oh, nice grab. Nice grab by nice grab by Jackson Smith and Jigba. Great coverage by TJ. You can't ask for better coverage than that. Let's see if he actually went down.
Oh,
he was on the ground.
Are you sure?
Oh, he was on the ground. Great coverage by Tremaine. He just snagged that son of a bitch right there.
Ooh. Okay.
Let's see what they call here. Flag on the play. False start offense. We'll take it. We'll take any win we can get. Look like Abraham Lucas. Right tackle.
I'll explain what I mean after Brock Davis, but I'm now at that level where
I know where you're going, Kedz. We can get to that.
Yeah, we'll get to it, bro.
1st and 15. Shotgun, Geno Smith. Offset back. Draw play. Pop. Nice. You got to wrap and put him on the ground. Good hit, Tyreek, but get his ass on the ground, bro. Hey, Don, you can kiss my ass, bro, for real. Joe punk ass.
Oh.
That's why y'all about to get dealt with in the playoffs. Here we go. 2nd and 9. Shotgun, Geno Smith. Tremaine came to play, bro. Oh, did he just take that ball away? Keep going, Kyler. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. What just happened there?
You run that thing right in the end zone, brother.
I think Kyler just snatched his. Yeah, he snatched his ball out. He snatched that ball out. But they're gonna say he's down on the spot. They call him a touchdown, though.
Who did the referee call it?
They're gonna call it back because
it's a touchdown, bro. The ball's out before he's down. It's a touchdown.
But once he takes it, once he takes it, if he's down.
Yeah, okay, he's down. Oh, shoot, they're calling it a touchdown.
My boy Spider-Man. They're going to challenge it.
I would.
He gets the ball out, no doubt. The ball came out before he was down. But did Spider-Man, his knee was on the ground when he got the ball. Right there. And so there's somebody touching him somewhere.
Maybe. We're going to find out. Let's look at this again.
That's why I was saying, just keep running, Kyler. Keep running. Down by contact, like I said. I knew it. Let's punch this motherfucker in the end zone. Yeah, he definitely got it out. Now, looking crazy. Sun shines on a dog ass once in a while, don't it?
Not frequently enough, but it does tend to happen. It's been known to happen. So they overturned this thing. They overturned it. Damn it.
I just love the spirit they playing with.
That's fine. I'm with you. Well, more turnovers coming, AC Adams says. I believe you too. Probably getting a little bit of a feeling right now in this game that means nothing to them except for, screw you, Seattle. And sometimes that's all you need.
By the way, Don Berg, Ben Johnson ain't shit without that offensive line that GM drafted. He's just a regular coordinator. I'm not giving him all the respect all these Bears podcasters and reporters want to give him. It's just the offensive line and how dominant it is. Other than that, it's plain old play calls, other than a few wrinkles up his sleeve. A little trickery, reverse, fake fumbles, and little shit like that. That's good stuff. But as a play caller, I mean, down in, down out.
That was actually nice.
Shit. It's just regular shit, Don.
That was actually nice, man. That little stumble situation was actually pretty cool. But he does have a bit of a problem adjusting. You guys saw that second half in the championship game. You've seen that second half of games with us. We've seen that quite frequently. Dan Orlovsky was out there saying it very recently too. So things to be wary of. Will he be good at adjusting down the road as a play caller for this team with a very weak offensive line? Tough to say.
Hey Don, I'm just like I watch you guys against. I just watched 48 hours ago. I watched y'all against Buffalo, and I was like, what was Buffalo's antidote to y'all? Because they pretty much handled y'all the whole game. And until they had to back off y'all a little bit when they was up 17 points. They got off the gas. The defensive coordinator got off the gas, and I know he's seen that on film. But if he'd have stayed on the gas and kept going after Jared Goff, they'd have probably beat y'all 30. Let's just say they'd have probably beat y'all 48 to probably about 17 or something like that. But they got off the gas. But if y'all was so lucky to get through the NFC and y'all have to run into Buffalo in the playoffs, they're gonna beat y'all's ass. I'm just telling you that right now. Don't get too happy.
Oh, Roger Goodell and Peanut Tillman are chopping it up in the box. Look at that.
Hey,
Don, cool.
Don, I respect you. Here we go. Caleb on the field. Second down. I don't know what just happened. Second and 5.
How are you gonna? What are you doing, son?
Caleb just ran an RPO for about a good 4 yards. Yeah, Don, I'm on y'all's ass. I'm studying y'all. I'm just letting you know. I'll expose you motherfuckers. You talking all this shit on these shows. I'll expose it. I'll expose the Detroit Lions. I know Buffalo, y'all don't want to see them no more. 3rd and 1, Caleb back in shotgun. Throw the ball, kid. First down, Keenan out.
Yeah, I heard about Peanut being 12. That's real.
That's pretty bad, Don. You got people trying to imitate you out here. Here we go. 1st and 10. Y'all can't let them get under your skin like that. Caleb back to throw it again. That was a jailbreak. Looks like Larry Bourne was one of the guilty parties. Let me see what happened here.
My boy, chuck the ball.
Oh, you got to throw the ball, kid. You got to throw the ball. That was just Larry Bourne could do nothing. There was nothing Larry Bourne could do with that. Into the 3rd quarter. Properly timed blitz, Mike McDonald. That's what he does. That's what he does. That's why they hired him. To put the quarterback in a conundrum, put him in a down in a good distance, right? Give the offense a chance to go out there and make a play. Now you got to climb out of the hole because you took another sack. I think I'm gonna say this, and hopefully you can understand where I'm going, kids. And I know you will. I think he really trusts in his ability to be able to get out of any pass rush situation. So much to the point where he tries to do things when he shouldn't. Like you're not, dude, you're not a magician, dude. You gotta just know when you're dead. Either throw the ball away and don't make it worse, or just run the minute you see the pressure. One of the two. But you thinking you can get out of any situation. It's like he has something going on in his head where he thinks he can outmaneuver any pass rush. You can't. Sometimes they got your ass dead to rights and you need to do something. Right? Does that make sense to you?
Yes. I don't. You can't. You're not. He's not. He has to understand that he's not Superman sometimes. Sometimes you're not Superman, bro. Sometimes you just have to live to pass another down. And if that's what's happening at that time, just chuck the ball away. It's all right. It's okay. Like I've watched a kid chuck the ball away in other situations that aren't rushes coming directly at his face, right? Like if there's two linemen coming, rushing you, bro, just chuck the ball. Get rid of it. Get it out of your hands. Get rid of it, right? And when I'm saying that, I mean just throw it out of bounds. But I don't know, man. I don't know what he's really trying to do in those situations. Sometimes you just have to live to see 3rd down.
It's one of those. Some of the stuff is you got to diagnose it before it happens. But once you see it happens, once the ball is snapped and you into your first progression, which is to the left, and you see that this dude is coming free, you gotta make a choice right there. That you saw that.
Sometimes that decision is, this down is dead already. This is a dead down. Get rid of the ball. Like, need to get this ball out of here. We'll try this again next down. But now you're doing it and it's 2nd and 24. Oh, then there's stuff like this.
3rd and 24. Let's see what we do here. This is one of those downs where the whole field is going to be open.
How do you get blocked?
You underneath. Let's see, 3rd and 24. Caleb, an empty set.
Empty set. Can smell it coming.
Trump drops it off to DJ and damn near gets him killed. Good thing DJ's a great athlete. But there's but only a handful of things he could have done here. Ain't none of this shit your fault, Thomas Brown.
No.
Man, dude, this decision making, man. Sometimes it's decision making. And what do you do when, some stuff you got to be qualified to know the down and distance and know not to take. Like the sack is the last thing you can do other than throw the ball in the wrong area. Like you can't doubly compound your shit. And he's frustrated because, I mean, I don't know.
You're right, man. Like, again, if the down is dead, the down is dead. Like, losing the down and adding 12-yard differential is crucial, bro. That's backbreaking. You have to be able to understand just that as a concept and say, screw it. I'm gonna live to play that next down, and we got 10 to go. 10 beats 24 every day.
Damn, I just can't stand. Like, dude, like, I'm just tired of the cap. I ain't gonna lie to you. And I ain't talking about David Kaplan. I'm talking about all the cap, all the shit. Everybody constantly caking for this guy and not really putting their finger on the pulse. That's getting old, man. That's getting a little bit old. And then he's taking his fucking helmet off, waving his hair in the air like he's just so under distress. Man, throw the motherfucking ball. I'll make a better decision. Stop acting like I almost said something. Man, that kind of shit right there pisses me off, man, because it's making everything look bad. It really is, Kedz. It's making the whole operation look bad. There's some flashes of brilliance, no doubt about it. Great throws. Needle nose throws. Everything that I thought about Caleb Williams, I see as far as his talent goes. But I said it in the offseason, there's more to a quarterback than his arm talent. It's always going to be more to a quarterback than his arm talent. I've yet to see this guy rise to the moment.
I don't know, man. Like I said, there's ups and downs here. There's a lot of ups and downs here, but even though like a lot of the issue is like a lot, there's a lot of problems that fall at Caleb's feet. It's Ryan Poles, man.
We're gonna save that thought, man.
We're gonna so talk about this when we get to the end, because
he might have fucked everything up, man.
He totally did, but we'll see. Like, hopefully, I feel like this kid is resilient enough to be able to take from this traumatizing situation, learn from it, and hopefully apply it with a better situation next season. That's all we can all hope for.
Ooh, nice run stop. Who is that? Nice run stop. Defense is out there doing this job.
Yeah.
I'm gonna save it. Just be here with the game, man. We're gonna have another heart-to-heart.
It's talent all over the roster. I'll tell you why I can blame Pulse. We'll get there.
Gino and shotgun. Woo! Nice blitz. Let's get his ass on the ground. Good shit, Reek. I love the aggressiveness. Now. That's what I'm talking about. I hear you, Smitty Q. I hear you, Smitty. There's two sides to every coin, no doubt. I don't want y'all to get it twisted, but y'all, I have it twisted if you don't think Caleb is at fault nowhere. Y'all got it fucked up. I can guarantee y'all that. And I ain't saying that to try to go at anybody. I'm just saying to think that this guy's out here without fault. Y'all got some. I got news for y'all. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Woo! That's what I'm talking about, TJ. That's what I'm talking about. Smoke. That's what we need. We can say the offseason. We can save the post game stuff for the post game. But right now, TJ just fill that hole with smoke.
Fourth down.
That's what I'm talking about. Yes, I got to pop out and pay the water bill right quick. You got it?
I do indeed. We're going to transition the ball, move forward with this thing. Why is the back of Tremaine's jersey dirtier than the front? You know what? Tremaine hasn't played a bad game today. He's actually played a pretty decent game. Normally, I'm razzing Tremaine because he ain't get it done enough, in my opinion. But he's been playing a decent game today, man. I gotta say, this defense is all right. Here we go. Must be Micah Baskerville, I think, on the return. Couple of yards. Caleb Williams about to take over. Scores 6-3. We're in the fourth. About 11 minutes and 43 seconds left to go in the game. We'll see how things go. But yeah, man. Honest to God, you guys will see where I'm going with all this at the end of all this, because he's if you want to come on, Chris, let me know. I'm just saying, if you guys will see where I'm going with all this with polls, because this is all polls, man. Polls screw this whole thing up from front to back. He chose to do everything wrong, and maybe some of those choices were also influenced by an idiot head coach too. Like maybe Matt Eberflus was involved in some of this idiocy, but man, they screwed everything up. They didn't know what the hell they were doing.
Hey, I'm back, man. I just thought of something while I was in the bathroom, man. And what's funny about this, it's funny how we do these podcasts, and some of the shit that I suppress as memories. I can remember being a freshman at school, and we was installing everything, and we had a quarterback that was and he's a lot like Caleb, very athletic, very mobile. And he was like Caleb in the way that he wants to take that shot and display what kind of rifle of an arm he has. And I was fucking with him after practice one day. We was all like where the stadium was at, where most people lived at was like in walking distance. But it's a little ways, but you can walk. Some guys had cars, but as a freshman, I had no goddamn car. But I just chose to walk. And he was with us, for the first time. That guy, the star quarterback, never walks, right? And so we was walking, and I was just like, I told him, I was like, man, you gotta learn how to take the sweet candy. And it was dudes around us, like some of my freshman teammates, and we were just laughing at him because we just clowned him all day in practice. He was like, fuck that, man. I ain't no fucking old man. That's what old men do, is take all the drop-offs and the dump-offs. That's that young gusto shit. Like, dude, take that shit. That sweet candy was right there for you to get. You know what I mean? But hold on, here we go. We talk about that on the other half of this. Caleb under center, hand off to Swift. Swift makes about 8-9 yards on that nice run. But talking about he didn't want to take I said, take the sweet candy, man. Sweet candy is right there in front of you. Everybody likes sweet candy. He's like, fuck that. I'm not an old man. I'm not taking no time. I'm not going to turn into check down Charlie. And he was serious about it. Another draw play to Swift.
Wow.
Nicely designed plays.
That's how Tom Brady been winning. I'm saying, he uncorked it when the need was there, and he had the receivers to do it. There were times when he didn't have them receivers. He just checked her down. Here we go. Oh, wow. Good defense, but I'm quite certain he got the first.
Caleb, my message behind that is take the sweet candy when it's there.
Moral of the story.
Take the sweet candy. 3rd and inches. We had about the 50 or about the 45.
They didn't give him the first down for that? Really?
I can't believe Roschon Johnson got a first down off of this. It's like he ran that ball with his eyes closed or something.
Oh man.
Nah, it ain't that. I know Justin's gone. Rock. I let that go a while ago. Some while ago, but I just don't want us to fall into that. I think it's like the love affair with Caleb is putting us in a lullaby instead of seeing it for what it is, man. Rock. I hope you understand what I'm saying. I'm done. Justin Fields is in Pittsburgh now.
Speaking of which, there go the Pittsburgh Steelers. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, being critical of Caleb, like hopefully it doesn't have anything to do with just again. If you're being critical because you want to take a victory lap, good for you. That's great, but that's not constructive. Be at least constructive, like constructively critical. And again, like there are areas for growth here. There are areas for growth, and we have to be honest about that.
What I'm getting on him about is his decision making, Rock. To be really, really specific, is decision making. It's not like the answers ain't being dialed up. Yes, the offensive line struggles at times, but at times it's not the offensive line. If we can't come to a consensus to agree with that, then we in trouble.
Again, if it is the O-line and you have the opportunity to dirt the ball. Like it's an opportunity, and as I'm saying it, he dirts a ball into the back of Smith, right? Of DeAndre Swift.
That was a design to let the pass rush in, just to drop it off to Swift, and he didn't throw it in the right place.
No, that was terribly executed.
3rd and 8. Make something happen, Caleb. Run. Good Lord. Holy crap. Oh, man. Man, oh man, you can't keep squandering all these goddamn opportunities. We ain't come all this far to lose no fucking 6-3. Defense has been doing its job. And there was Keenan Allen running wide ass open.
Oh man.
Did you see it?
Yeah. There's answers there, man, but he's not ready for prime time, y'all. And like me saying that, it's not a shot. It's a shot at a very specific person, though, and he should have recognized that.
Save it, kids. I know where you're going, but I'm gonna let you unleash.
Yeah,
a motherfucking on the other half of the other side of this. You got 7-something minutes.
I'm just waiting until we're done here, but like the Bears can win this football game. They've had all the opportunity to do so. To be frank with you, all game, the Seattle Seahawks have done nothing but give them opportunities to beat them, and they're probably going to give them another one here. But it might be a little bit closer, right?
When they see this down the distance on all 22, which I hope some of y'all are going to watch at least, you'll see Keenan coming across on a drag, wide ass open. You just got to be You just got to be patient. And, you know, if you got to take a shot to the chops just to get that ball off, take the shot to the chops, get that ball out. Get that ball out. You're panicking and you're trying to do ridiculous shit, man. You don't need to.
And again, some of that panic comes from having a shaky O-line, and that's what folks are going to say, and we get it. But you'll see where I go when we're done.
You know what?
It's clear as bloody day for me now.
I welcome anybody that wants to come in and say, okay, y'all mad because Justin ain't here and we traded Justin. And that's the reason why you're being critical of Caleb. Now, fuck that. Dude, that's like I wish I didn't have to criticize that kid. I don't want to criticize that kid. But it comes to a point where you don't have a choice but to call a ball and a strike. What the fuck? What are we doing? Deluding ourselves? Trying to believe, fucking water ain't wet? No, it's wet. Every time I touch it. Shit. That's real, bro. That's real. Just
Again, there's
trying to delude ourselves into believing that he's not playing with any faults. That's just crazy.
Yeah, there are many problems here, man. And Eric, we know Eric. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. It wasn't his fault at the time either. There are things that needed to be fixed. None of those things were fixed. This guy decided to go out and do some stuff, and here we are. But it, beyond that whole debacle, we're at the end of the season. We're on week 17, and Caleb's got 92 yards passing on 20 attempts, and that is where we are in the fourth quarter of a football game. That's pretty crazy.
I held off the entire season, bro. I backed off just to let this kid, and I only thought it was right to back off of him and give him a chance to learn, grow, which is what the quarterback needs to do. It's a lot of information, a lot of verbiage, a lot of adjustments, on-site adjustments, audibles, and just all of that shit is just like for a quarterback coming into a new league, it's just a lot to deal with. So I refuse to let people even come here and give him too much unfair criticism. But at this point, there is no did that thing touch the ground? There's no you can't get around it if you're being realistic and not say what you see and be on point about it. It's just, oh, great catch, dude. Oh my God, DJ Metcalf, that was great. But yeah, it's just, don't take any of it like I've been better than fair to that guy. And I'm going to continue to be better than fair. When he's right, he's right. But when he's wrong, I'm going to fucking say it. I don't.
Robert Frail, that's the craziest thing to say. That's the craziest thing to say. And I'm going to address that after as to why it's a crazy notion.
I put it on a short. I got it on a short, kid. You don't even got to, but I got it on a short. I critique everybody, dude. Like, who did not critique? Who did not critique?
Well, like I say, those guys are also not the quarterback of the Chicago Bears, but
here we go. Yeah. Gino in shotgun play action. Javon is on his ass. He got the ball out. And that's not enough for a first down, or is it? Now it's third down. Yeah, I hear you, Robert. I don't think the right thing, given the circumstances, would have been the sitting bit just because of the fans and the media would have.
You wait for me.
It would have been a butcher knife fight. So they had no choice but to play the guy. 3rd and 6. Here they come. Get home. Dump off the Charbonnet, get his ass on the ground. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Now get out here and make a fucking play. That's all we need is a play. We win this game.
Boom. Okay, 4th down. We got about 5 minutes, 50 seconds. This thing can come around.
You guys just stick around for post game. We can have all this conversation, man. Just let us get through the rest of this game. Punt team is out. Punt is off. Fair catch, about the 11, 12. Okay. All right, Bears. One last time, man. You got one chance. Offense, let's do this, man. Let's freaking do this. Let's freaking do it. Man, I love Maniacs and everybody here that's supporting the show. whether you are okay with what's being said right now or not, I just want y'all to know where I come from. I can speak for me, and I can tell you that doing the leg work before one of these shows, watching all 22, and just seeing what me having a unique perspective, knowing defense and what defenses do to offenses, I think that gives me a unique perspective on what I know Caleb is looking at. And it's a lot of times, man. It's one too many times, in fact, that Thomas Brown is dialing up the exact right call for situations and giving him adjustments at the line of scrimmage that he's calling. He's calling those adjustments at the line of scrimmage, not Thomas Brown. Thomas Brown gave him the original call. Like if he's seeing somebody sitting in a too high shell and deciding that whatever route that outside receiver was going to run, you got to adjust it to do this. He's making those calls and they're running them. Is he getting through his progressions in enough time? Sometimes, and then sometimes not. Sometimes it's the offensive line. I would just say 60-40 in the way of the offensive line gets it messed up. The offensive line is bad at times. But there's a lot of times when the offensive line does its damn job. And it's his job to make a good decision. When there are answers right in front of him and he just doesn't choose them. Whether it's throwing the ball or just taking the alley and running with it, getting a first down and keeping a drive going. Too many times I'm seeing that. Too many times. And to get on here on one of these podcasts and be like the rest of these podcasters and reporters and act like ain't none of that shit happening, I refuse to fucking do it. I'll quit being a podcaster if that's what I need to be to keep people supporting what we do. I'm going to be honest. Period. That's just the way it's going to be, man. And that's what I see. That's a good question. Well, I think Cole Kmet is out of here, man. I really do. Here we go. 1st and 10.
I think he's got a couple snaps tonight, but Caleb Williams don't even look at Cole Kmet. Ever. Oh, he's out there playing.
They called a design run. He just picked up about a good 7, 8. Nice call, a perfect call in a situation like that. So what he's doing is he's setting up the defense to have to guard the entire field. So the first thing he called was a RPO. Caleb kept it and ran for 7 to 8 yards. So now you know Caleb is going to potentially keep that ball. And so they're in RPO again.
I think so.
RPO again. Now they just run the draw plan and Swift just gashed them. Perfectly sequenced plays. Perfectly sequenced. They're going to try to run this clock out.
Oh, that's a big
I mean, he gashed them. That's
big
what
draw
happened.
play for DeAndre Swift late in the game.
Caleb back to throw it. Get rid of the ball, kid. All right, run it. Just make a choice and run it. Stop messing around, man. Stop messing around.
God.
He should have got the first down with this, but I hope he didn't hurt Cole.
Oh, no.
A little bit, but I don't think he's hurt. Here we go. 2nd and 2. They can kind of smell that one coming. They ain't got no faith in Caleb throwing the ball down the field, and they're playing close to the line of scrimmage. They have no faith in Caleb throwing the ball down the field. 3rd and 2. This is 4-down territory, dog nuts. Here we go. 3rd and 2.
Sorry.
Oh. They call him short of the first down. Now you got to go for it, man. You ain't got no choice. That's right, Thomas Brown. Don't even hesitate. Just go for it. Just go for it. Either they got the balls or they don't. Caleb back a shotgun.
You want to win this game, Chicago? Win this football game.
There you go. Force him to use that timeout. They have no whatsoever. Who was that? Who was that? The free safety or the strong safety, Kobe Bryant or whoever it is. There was no hesitation. There was no backwards, like a DB, especially a safety. Your first step should be neutral or back, right? Just to make sure that you keep leverage and stay over top of everything you're doing. His first step was forward. So he had no fear that Caleb was going to throw that ball down the field. None. Here we go. 4th and inches. Roman motion. Caleb just adjusted something at the line of scrimmage. Oh, crap. They're going to call false start. Oh, son of a bitch. Who in the hell, man? Jay Curran? Go for it anyway, man. If you don't, you would never get this ball back. You have no choice. Oh, man. You got to be kidding me.
I don't even have words for shit like this.
4th and 5. Execute, man. Get the first down. They punting it. And I guess you got 3 timeouts, man. Holy crap, man.
Why is he punting? Well, it's probably because we got a punter in the 4th.
Wait a minute. The Bears just called a timeout. They put the offense back on the field. That's a smart thing to do. That's a smart thing to do. Because they should go for it. Give this team a chance, man.
Shout out to the Super No Maniac, the Nodge. And the Superflex Championships.
Love you, Nodge. Happy holidays to you, bro.
Happy holidays, brother. Merry Christmas.
4th and 5. Make something happen. Be great. Be great. Whatever you do, just don't hold on to this motherfucker. If you don't see it right away, run. And they coming with all out.
This was on your shoulders there, Caleb. They're going to blitz you nuts, so.
Oh, DJ! 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 Hell yeah!
Oh, big boy catch, DJ Moore. Ho, 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 ho. Ooh. Big boy catch, DJ Moore. They sent the house.
Oh, my goodness.
See, that's how you beat that. Well schemed, Tom Brown.
Now let's finish this shit. Oh, golly, boy.
Very well schemed.
He just dropped the snap and slipped and
What?
Oh man. I swear.
Chuck it! Chuck the ball!
These dudes fighting for dear life, man. These dudes fighting for dear life. Like, man, we can't suck this bad. We can't. That was a great throw and catch. He had to give him a chance. And Caleb just said, DJ, I'm going to put it somewhere. Just go be great. And he did. Great catch and throw. Ooh, I love the balls by Thomas Brown, man. Love it. I know he ain't gonna get the credit for it, but good Lord, Thomas Brown I've been impressed, man. I've been impressed by what he's done.
Like I can't go as far as using that word, but I also can't sit here and say that he's a bad OC or he hasn't done well with what he's been given. The problem is just there's no numbers here to back up the claim, right? So now you got to look at other parts of this thing, right?
I think that's part of what my problem is, man. It's because everybody looks to a number or a stat for affirmation, and sometimes there's not. That's the exact wrong thing to do. It's like you cheating to get away from having to sit down and watch what's really going on. You know, it's almost like, and I know everybody doesn't have the stomach or just even have the willingness to sit down and watch an all 22. Some people just want to be entertained and nobody want to sit there and do that. I get that. But a stat or a number is so misleading most of the time. Most of the time is very, very misleading because when those numbers happen, it's probably more important, or why those numbers happen when they happen. It's probably more important than anything. You know what I mean? So I'm just like, you show me a stat, I'll ball that shit up and throw it in my fire pit. Put it on paper and I'll show you what I do with that. Just watch the film.
No, I definitely hear you with that, man. Stats are a bit of a different story. They can tell a different story, but tape will explain the stats. That's for sure.
Yes,
it'll make the stats make sense.
2nd and 15, Caleb in shotgun. Quick screen to DJ. Didn't get much out of that. Thomas Brown, you got to trust Caleb to throw this ball down the field at some point. I know he ain't, and that ball was tipped. They just waiting for the screen.
They're just waiting for screens now. He almost took that home.
Hey, he's got to show that he can throw this ball down the field, and apparently the offensive coordinator doesn't feel like he's putting the touch on the ball. But at some point he's got to rip one of these things down the field. Let's see what they do.
Yeah, it's basically that time right now. He's going to eat a sack right here, bro. 3rd and 14.
Throw that ball, kid.
Come on, Caleb.
That dude is not comfortable, and that's a completion too. And that's a completion. That dude is not comfortable unless he's scrambling.
What the? Yo, did he catch that?
They gave it to him. 42 seconds and counting. No challenge so far.
Okay.
Throw it.
We getting late into this game here.
That's a good decision.
All
the way and not take the sack. That was good. Oh, good catch. Romo Dunze. Great catch. We almost in position to either tie this game up or win it. I got a feeling we're going to win this thing.
Oh, snap. That's a catch and a half.
I think Caleb has got to throw in him somewhere. Dial it up, Thomas Brown. You got to trust him at some point. Let him toss this bitch down the field. 2nd and 10. Somebody just call a timeout. Who called it? cussing him out. Cussing him out.
Who's getting cussed out?
Caleb come off the play, complaining to Thomas Brown. Thomas Brown put the sheet over his face and cussed him out. That was pretty close to it. He had, you know what? I don't know, Notch. I like to think he had a player or two. Am I wrong? I hear you, Mitch. It is tough to watch sometimes.
It's such a grind, he says. Yeah.
2nd and 10, Caleb and shotgun, Roshan the offset back. And he just threw a 50-50 ball like he didn't give a shit.
Who? No.
Caleb. What kind of shit was that? His touch is not where it needs to be, and that's why he's not calling this stuff.
What the fuck are you doing?
Did you just see that? Did you just see that?
Yeah, I did.
That looked like he did that out of spite or something, didn't it?
Okay, no, he didn't. He did it out of fear because he caught the edge rusher making a mid juke, and he got scared and he lofted it.
3rd and 10, Caleb back.
At least it came out on time. You know what I mean? A little bit closer to being on time.
What the fuck was that? What was that?
I don't say stuff like that now.
What was that?
Who was there?
I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what the fuck that was.
4th and 10. Jesus Murphy.
Got to get a first down, Caleb. Be willing to run this if you need to. Timeout defense. They're going there telling them right now, hey, be ready for him to run the ball. That's exactly what they call him timeout for.
But it's 4th and 10.
He might have to get it with his feet because now they know he's going downfield. So they'll adjust the defense accordingly. They know he ain't going to run no screen play. Man, I don't like to see all that frustration on his face in a moment like this. You got to have some resolve here.
Why is he shaking his head like that? What's the problem?
He needs resolve, man. He's showing his frustration.
With what? This game's in hand. Go win the freaking football game.
He just threw it away.
Sorry?
He just threw it away. Just threw it away. It's almost like he man, that didn't look right, man. To me, that looked like fuck you, kind of. He was like, I'll just go back here and throw this motherfucker. That was some bullshit, dude.
Not chuck it up there. If you're under pressure, chuck it out.
That is terrible, man. That is terrible, bro. I can't believe that. I just watched that. All right, let me get this shit down off the screen. Oh, man, dude. Hold on, kid. Let me plug up my computer before you lose me. Let me switch up the screen. There ain't no need in going into putting no intro on. It's going to go right into the post game. And here we are. My goodness, kids. Welcome into the post-game show. I don't know, no maniacs. I'm trying to form my words right now is what I'm trying to do, because what I saw today was some resolve. I saw a lot of resolve out there today, and I saw a bunch of, some guys that had pride out there, and they played like it. And I saw some things that I wasn't really proud of, and where you point the finger at is going to rub some of you all the wrong way. And I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry for that. But one thing I ain't going to do is I'm not going to hold you, no maniacs. I'm not. I refuse to bullshit you all and do things for clicks and ratings and get approval from people and to have people support me or us and what we do, because I'm refusing to say the things that I want and know to say. I'm only going to point to football the way I see it. I point out the stuff the way I see it, and whoever is to blame and whoever's the collateral damage to that blame, whoever gets run over in the process, who gets thrown under the bus, means nothing to me. Matters none. All I'm here to do is report to you all what I see. And I believe Kedz feels the exact same way. I know he does. And so to start this off the right way, I'm going to say welcome into the post-game show, and glad you guys are here. But I'm going to pass it off to the Canuck, and hopefully he has his thoughts together a little bit better than I do, because I don't want to run nobody away, but at the same time, I'm not pulling no punches. Gloves is off.
All right. So Merry Christmas and happy holidays and Happy New Year if we don't see you between now and then. And like the season's almost over. Like we're almost there, guys, because this has been one of the worst Bears seasons that I've and that's saying so much. One of the worst Bears seasons of all time. All right, let's just move right into the finger pointing part of this show. We'll just move right into that. Yes, Caleb Williams is suffering. He's not doing what we need him to do. He's not elevating to the task. He's not raising all ships. Those are things that are becoming a bit more clear and evident. And I'm not going to sit here and just bury the kid. All right, fired Ryan Poles last week. Fire him a month ago. Fire him a year ago. Fire him retrospectively in use a DeLorean and fire him in the past. Like, he needs to fucking go. Why am I mad at Ryan Poles? And it's not because I want to make excuses for Caleb Williams, bro. It's because he had no level of quarterback competition here at all. He didn't even bring anybody here at all. He has Tyson Bagent, who might be, I hate to say dumb shit, like shout out to Ghost of Judah Tribe where I'm about to go, but maybe he's better than Caleb. Maybe he's more pro-ready at this present time. And that's not crazy to say. It's not crazy. The fact is there was no evaluation of that. There was zero evaluation. It was just, I spent money here. This better fucking work. Better work. Oh, shit. I spent no money on the offensive line. He's getting hurt every week. He's getting sacked astronomical amounts of times. But I provided no competition to even gauge where this quarterback is. So, like, things like, we're watching Hard Knocks and all of a sudden Ryan Poles is like, yo, this guy's getting real good, isn't he? And I'm like, yeah. Well, like, he's getting really good. How do you gauge that? You're gauging it against Tyson Bagent, who started a couple of games in the NFL, potentially maybe Justin Fields, who struggled his entire time under your operation. Couple of practice squad guys. How did you gauge where this kid was coming into this season to decide like he's going to start the entire season and be successful? How did you weigh that? Ryan Poles is the worst GM of all time. He like, imagine this guy's worse than Ryan Pace. So Ryan Pace got a, oh man, I like this guy's car. I'm gonna draft this guy because of the car. So he fell in love with Mitch. This guy fell in love with Caleb, drafted him, and they just hang these kids out to dry. And then we wonder why he struggles. Caleb has no guiding light, no mentor in his position whatsoever, who's played in this role, done this job. You know what I'm saying? There's nobody there, so he's just got to go out there and eat shit every week.
You got to speak to the Mitch Osborne.
Mitch Osborne.
You got a lot to say, but the
Mitch Osborne. Let's give him some love. $19 super chat. Big respect. Thanks for supporting the network, brother. Can we go back to the idea that keeping Fields would have been bad for the locker room? It would have been worse than this. Like, not sure it can be any worse than this, honestly. Yeah, I don't even want to get revisionist into the Justin Fields thing at all. I just don't. We're so far beyond that. We're so far fucked well beyond that at this point. He's gone. Was it the right move? I don't know. But
I think he fucked up. I think he fucked up.
But after the move, you provide him with no mentor, no path to saying, okay, like, I can see what you would do in these situations. No example, none, and somehow you know that he's ready for prime time.
You had a listen, Mitch. Listen, this was and I told you all, and you all will remember me telling you this. This was a ready to win now team with an opportunity to either keep the quarterback we had and get some pieces to really bolster it up and really give this team a real good thrust and a real solid chance to really make some gains. You're talking about 10, 11 games win season, maybe 12. Who knows what would have went down, but we had an opportunity to do that with the quarterback that we had. And he chose to go the other direction and take 4 draft picks. I was okay with it because I'll tell you why. I got to a point where I was okay with it, but I always thought that was the wrong thing to do. I always felt like there was nothing as far as anything Justin Fields did that really rubbed me the wrong way, other than he wasn't as quarterbacky as a lot of people would have had him to be. Other than that, I was just like, this team is surging with him. You know, there's something about him and his energy. He ignites his teammates. The crowd comes with him. I'm just like, why would you fuck with that? Why would you fuck with that? But here comes a GM with the designs that, you know, and again, I went with it because this was his virtue. He decided that this team was a quarterback away from being really, really, really good. Took that kid out of the mix and replaced him with a rookie quarterback. And I told you guys, I was just like, this shit could make him, he could freaking lose the locker room. He could freaking lose the locker room. And it took a long time for it to get there. Credit to Flus for keeping it all together. But eventually, that locker room was lost. That locker room was lost. They expected to win and convincing in a convincing way most games. And that shit didn't happen. Everything but that shit happened. And that's why we are where we are today. And I don't care how that sits with, I do care how it sits with you. I'm talking about the No Maniacs and everybody supporting the channel, everybody watching the show. I do care. But at some point, we got to come to a conclusion that this team is under these circumstances, it's 2-3 years away from doing anything noteworthy.
It might even be more than that. Yo, let me give a little bit of love to Miguel.
I got Miguel coming up right now. Let's pull it up.
You're gonna pop it up.
Go ahead and pop it up.
For some reason, okay. Oh, wait. There we go. Hi, Miguel. Shout out to you for supporting the network. $10 super chat for Miguel Goncalves, my guy. So where do we move the goalpost to next for Caleb? Do we go back to blaming Justin for the 10-loss streak? Oh, you moved it.
Oh, my bad. Pull it back up.
Caleb was embarrassingly terrible tonight, and you can't blame it on the O-line tonight. You know, like you're darn right. Again, he was not good. I can't sit here and defend the situation, but I'm also not going to just flat out throw the rookie under the bus. He's a rookie. Any moron could see this coming. And specifically in this scenario, the moron here is me, because I've been saying everything I've said here it's come to pass. Like anyways, like friggin' Nostradamus. Everything I've said. They got nothing to they did by no means put him in any sort of competition. Gave him here's a job. Oh, you're the number one pick. Sure, you're the job. We vetted you. We know you're good. He's not good, guys. And that's fine. Like, it's fine. You fucked up. You drafted a kid. He needed some development. That's okay. At least recognize it and provide him with the tools he needs to develop. You don't just throw him out there to the wolves. They should have figured this out in the first couple of weeks. One way to figure it out is you bring a veteran onto the team, have him go back to back with the veteran and see which one's better. Oh, shit. Caleb's not as good as Joe Flacco. He needs to develop. Fuck it, we'll let Joe Flacco play. Because this team's decent. They got a great defense. Ryan Poles is the worst, y'all. He's the worst.
I can't call him the worst, kid.
No, honest to God, he's the absolute effing worst general manager I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, he's being a little hyperbolic, but I'm saying I think it goes back to the plan. Okay, after what he saw last year and the surge that happened late in that season last year with this team, and this team was playing really, really good football. And his answer to that surge and not being able to read the room because he was so in such tunnel vision in what he wanted to do in the offseason. His mind was made up that he was going to replace the quarterback. And he didn't care how, if they'd have won, let's just say they'd have won 10, 11 games or something like that, I think he'd have still done it. Because he had that belief in his head that all we need is a certain kind of quarterback and it'll get us over the hump. Totally ignoring the fact that Justin Fields did that without an offensive line and made that shit work under dire circumstances. You know what I mean? He made all that shit work. And the fact that his plan was to usurp this quarterback, replace him with Caleb Williams, and expect this rookie, knowing that the fan base would expect these guys to get off and win right away. People expected these guys to be a playoff contender. We are so far from that shit. That's what's the farthest planet from the solar system? Like, we that far away. We that fucking far away. All because of the plan in the offseason was, to me, and clearly. And I don't even think some of the people that support, I mean, people can't even come to the conclusion that Jaden Daniels was a better fit for what we had going on. Now, just park Justin Fields for a second. He's in Pittsburgh. Now you have a chance to select the quarterback and put him in the optimal position to be able to execute and win games for you. And who was the best pro-ready quarterback to do that? How many times did we tell people? Like, Caleb Williams is uber talented, but in the pro-style offense, when he's going to have to do that sometimes and get under the center, there's no record whatsoever showing anywhere that Caleb has any capacity to be able to do that and thrive in that kind of offense. Whereas a Jaden Daniels and a Bo Nix have showed that time and time and time again. In the SEC. And we said that time and time again, and here we are. You got to be able to admit things, and don't be deluded as a fan so that you can't even admit to something that is right in front of you. Those guys were a better pro fit. Later on down the line, who knows what Caleb can be. But as of right now, we knew that in the offseason, those guys would be ready to play faster than Caleb Williams.
Do you know what? you know what's funny?
Let me read Miguel's. Let me read Miguel's.
Okay.
He said Poles was cooking. Problem is he left the chicken out for 6 hours and gave us all food.
Man, we've been on the toilet all season, man. After Poles' barbecue, dog. Chef Poles' barbecue, bro. We've been shitting all season long, dog. Look, I don't. He royally messed this up because I'm trying to give. I'm giving the man a pass, and I'm talking about Ryan Poles to a certain extent, right? Like, you know, as Bobby Brown would say, it's my prerogative, right? It's up to Ryan Poles to make his decisions and, you know, and line that bed, right? So he made his decisions. And in some of these cases, I have to, you know, us as fans just have to respect those decisions that are being made. But, right, like the huge but here is that you're evaluating this team ongoing. You made the decision to get rid of the quarterback, bring in the new quarterback, and you're going to prepare this young man for success in the NFL. And success for this team, more importantly. What it do, PJ? Good to see you, brother. You know what I mean? Like that's what your job is. That's what you're trying to do. If that's what you're trying to do, y'all, like test the kid. Find out if the kid is actually good. This man went in expecting him to be something. We all did, and he ain't, and that's cool. Get him up to speed. Give him the opportunity.
Kedz, he's had time to be whatever they think he can be. And whatever, I know he's got the talent level. I have no doubt.
Not saying, bro, I'm not even saying he doesn't have.
But he was not the right quarterback to select. Given this.
You can say that. Look, you can say that, and I'm not going to say that it like that may not be even true. Like maybe that's true. I'm trying to say that once you've made your selection and your decision and you bring him back home, you have the opportunity. Doesn't matter whether it was Bo, Nick, like it doesn't matter who it is. You have the opportunity to put him on the field and see what he's about. How do you gauge that when he's the number one quarterback in the room? There's nobody else.
You're talking about like
I'm talking after the draft. Like if you screw up in the draft, right? Like if you like, and I maybe screw up's the wrong word to use, but if you made your selection, how do you then determine whether your selection is any good at the position that they play? You have to put them up against some level of competition. They didn't even do that. They just sent the guy out there.
It's like I could see this shit coming from a mile away, kids. And I said it. I'm just going to start cutting up a whole bunch of, because I've been saying this stuff for a couple, 2-3 weeks now, and I'm just going to start cutting up old clips from the shows that we did when we fucking said this stuff, man.
You might as well, like, bro, that's some dope. Like, do it. That'll be some dope ass shorts, because some of the stuff we called well beforehand. I called all of this stuff I pointed to and questioned, but again, I want to be wrong, because I'm just a dude. I'm just a fan.
I was wrong, dude.
I'm just a fan, like George. I'm not a football evaluator. I'm not paid professionally to do this. Ryan Poles is, and what he's done, bro, is he has selected the quarterback that he wanted, flushed the quarterback he didn't want, flipped it for its 6th rounder. Like this is like, we could have got more for sure. Decided to cause a rift within the fan base by doing so. Paid the wide receiver before figuring out whether the wide receiver and the quarterback are on the same page. Paid the tight end before figuring out whether the tight end and the quarterback are on the same page. Provided no level of competition for the quarterback to grow and learn, or maybe, you know, for them as an organization to determine, hey, he's not quite ready yet. Again, that's fine. If he's not ready, it's fine. Just sit him. He'll learn, and when he's ready, you play him. Just like Jordan Love. We've been sitting here watching it happen year after year. Why isn't Jordan Love playing? Well, guess what, guys? He's not ready yet. Shit, he seems to be pretty ready over there now. He's doing all right. Why do we fucking put these kids out and just let them sink? We just throw them in the water and let them sink.
all that pipe dream shit and this wishful thinking that, a rookie like it was so clear and obvious watching those quarterbacks in the offseason and which one of these guys would be able to fit into a system right now and be able to play well. And everybody, I can remember specifically, everybody was like, "Hey, Nomad, well, how would you rank, these quarterbacks?" And I was like, "Be honest with you, I would say that Caleb Williams was 3, and I said that in terms of who do I think was pro ready to come in here and play right now, and it was clear and obvious that Jaden Daniels played in a style of offense that was really, really conducive, and this didn't have anything to do with Caleb Williams' talent. To be clear about that, it had nothing to do with that.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with his talent level. His talent level is off the charts and still is.
It is.
The fact of the matter is we needed a quarterback that can be kind of ushered, that can kind of continue to usher this thing along in the path that it's going and not take a step back, because we had pieces that were ready or acquired to win right now. And so I said it. It was Jaden Daniels. I said it was Bo Nix, and then there was Caleb Williams. I said it in that order, and I'll be damned if they are not playing in that order right now.
You definitely said that, and I know you can definitely find clips to support that. I can support it here right now for you. Facts of the matter is those two guys were definitely had experience coming in playing in a pro style offense, and that was sort of the difference between them and Caleb Williams. The upside with Caleb Williams, obviously, as we had come to believe, was really arm talent and arm angles, and I don't know how much of that we see anymore. Like, just see out there. See a lot of airmail and a lot of sacks. For the most part, though, he hasn't thrown many interceptions. He did get a pick here at the end of the game, which kind of ruined that streak, but he hasn't thrown a lot of interceptions, which is, again, great. That I'm sure that's some sort of a record that he can hold and enjoy to have. But this season has been an unmitigated disaster across the board, including the quarterback. And that's all squarely, billion% on the guy who brought the quarterback here, much more so than the quarterback himself. Just want everybody to clue in. Dude, what it do, PJ? What are you saying? So we needed more than a QB. We had so many other PJ knows, bro. PJ knows, like, there's no two ways about that. Me and PJ have had this conversation.
It's such a and we're there like PJ. This is what I fear, and I'm talking to you directly, PJ, and to everybody else, but in specifics, PJ. You know what I'm scared of? The fan base and the media and these podcasters and these big channels that really, really generate a lot of attention. They're gonna turn this into this offseason needs to be about who's the best fit for Caleb Williams. That's what they're gonna turn it into, instead of we need a culture shifter, somebody that can come in here and redirect, and give some guidance to this plan, because we struggle in so many different areas that if this offseason is about who's the best fit for Caleb, who's the best offensive coordinator, who's the best coach that can get Caleb going, if it turns into that bullshit, we screwed. We're going to be screwed all the way 7 ways from Sunday, because it better not be about who's the best. We need a coach that can come in here and command a room of people that can get this thing going in the right direction, because we have lost our way. Number one. And if that coach, his part of the requirements is to be able to bring along an offensive coordinator that is conducive to what Caleb Williams is really, really good at, and get him going as a byproduct of being in here and being a great leader and getting this team, the whole team, going. But if it turns into, and I warn you guys right now, and we'll come back here, and I know I'll clip this one of these days. If it turns into what I think it's going to turn into, it's going to be the referendum of who can we find that fits Caleb the best. If it's all about him, we fucked. I guarantee you that. Remember, I told you that.
Well, like I said, I don't know what the hell they really need to do with the head coach. I'm actually very squarely looking at Ryan Poles right now, and I think everybody needs to be. I don't want him to pick the head coach anymore. I have no faith in that shit. I don't think this motherfucker knows what he's doing at all. At all. I don't. I'm extremely upset with how he has managed, how he has managed this situation completely from front to back at every interval, with the slight exceptions of Kevin Byard, TJ Edwards, Andrew Billings. Like there's a few other upsides here, I'm sure. Kyler Gordon, few upsides. Jaquan Brisker, if he didn't have a concussion situation regularly, and if we could guarantee that he was going to play next season, which we might not be able to do. Couple of lowlights. Outside of that, y'all, my guy screwed up everything, and this team will not be straight up and down. This team will not be in contention. I'm going to have to say this for probably 4 to 5 years.
I'm not going to buy that one.
I know you're not going to buy that, but it's going to take time for a head coach to come in here and build out what he's trying to do. I would not be surprised if Caleb Williams is not the starter of this football team next season.
You're going crazy now.
I'm not going crazy, because if for some here's what's crazy. Here's crazy. If we're going into the season into 2025 without any competition for Caleb Williams as a quarterback, that's crazy. That's fucking crazy, y'all. So I don't know who they're bringing in here to compete with Caleb, so that Caleb can learn from somebody who might have started in the actual NFL, because my guy is starting to regress.
I think what Eric Stewart, and shout out to Eric Stewart, man, thank you for being here. I got to read this incomplete to the whole thing, because I'm about to put it in more context. This is Eric Stewart. It was supposed to be better, not worse. Don't care if he's a rookie. He's supposed to be the difference maker.
Yep.
Not just a guy. And that was it. That was it. And it's unfortunate, Eric, and I believe you would agree with this. It's unfortunate that you would put a rookie into a situation like that.
Yeah.
Not being familiar with a pro style offense. You brought a coordinator in that is definitely a pro style offense coordinator with a rookie who's he doesn't have any real tape. I think it was some high school tape that I saw him under center. Other than that, it's just like, so how's he going to adjust to this? How's he going to keep the momentum of what they did last year at the end of the year? How's he going to keep the momentum of that when he doesn't understand the philosophies of a pro style, progression read offense? How's he going to do that? I was like, okay, guys, don't come into this season expecting Caleb to do well. And I feel like I did a pretty good job of kind of keeping people off of the, people were really on Razor's edge with Caleb after a minute there. I'm just like, hey, man, be easy with the guy. Give him time. He's learning new offense verbiage. And I did that because I'm supportive of whoever's at the Bears quarterback spot. I don't give a shit who it is. But I knew at some point, if he didn't get it, the regression was going to happen.
And here we are.
It happened. And we need to stop bullshitting each other. I don't care what podcast, what reporter, what writer, who you like to watch, and who's your favorite personality out there. Stop letting them delude you. The truth of the matter is they did not pick the right quarterback for this situation. They did not.
Again, I can't argue with that. That is a stance you're taking. I'm not going to sit here and say that because it's just a bit too revisionist for me. Nothing they can do about that shit now. But this dude had the opportunity to protect his investment, empower his investment, put an offensive line around his investment. There's so many things he could have done, and he's failed miserably at it all. Training his investment, mentoring his investment. This poor guy, man. And the poor rookie QB, yo. It's the scrolls. Nobody's under the circumstances. Yes, he has, but unfortunately, don't. I'm not trying to shit on the kid. He is regressing. He is, and this is the fault of Ryan Poles. He needs to do something about it. It needs to be fixed. He needs to fix it because he can get worse. Remember that Sam Darnold seeing ghost thing? Now Sam Darnold's in Minnesota doing the right thing with a decent coach. We're pretty close to ghost sightings right now.
So at 4-2 kids, nobody was talking about, and this is when Shane Waldron was dialing it up pretty good. Things were going relatively well. We having some good quarterback play, and this was at the very beginning of, I would just say, his initial installs of the offense. It was really, really basic stuff, I guess. They probably got down to that point where they made it less than dynamic as far as his play call and responsibilities were going to the line of scrimmage. He was having problems getting in and out of the huddle in the offseason during training camp. That was a big thing, get in and out of the huddle. And that's carried on even now. He's sometimes has a hard time getting the verbiage out, getting the play call, and getting to the line of scrimmage. Ideally, you want to get to the line of scrimmage with, about 20 seconds left, 15 at the minimum. And once it gets under that, then you're putting your team up against it and yourself. But then I've seen, instances of that. And, he's coming from a situation where he was getting play calls from the sideline and was looking at pictures and signals versus, going and getting a play call and then going to the huddle and giving the verbatim of it. That's all a learning curve, man. And I don't take any pleasure in being honest and being truthful about this, because it sounds like I'm being harsh when it comes to Caleb Williams. But all I'm doing is trying my damn best to give y'all the truth as to the reality of the situation. And some of it is my opinion, and you can take that for what it's worth. But if you come from this situation at this point with no real criticisms of Caleb and the process to even get to Caleb as far as the decision making goes, then you're helping delude yourself. You know what I mean? It's like you have to be realistic with yourself. Don't let me tell you. Look at yourself in the mirror, look at the stuff on film, and tell me that anything that I'm saying today doesn't make at least a little bit of sense. If you can tell me it doesn't make any sense, I'll be like, you know what? I need to stop doing podcasts straight up and find something else to do. Well, here we go. Let me get to Miguel's super chat. 50 people in here, only 25 likes. Please, shaking my head, hit the like button, you guys, for our
give us some love, y'all.
We
Much
do work hard,
appreciated.
y'all, and we got a lot coming. Thank you, Miguel. I appreciate you to no ends for that. I appreciate that. Took the words right out of my mouth.
Yeah, man. I don't know where we go from here. I'm extremely worried about the quarterback's progression, his ability to because what I was hoping we would see at this point was that he's figured it out, and at this point in the season, he's just going. Right? Maybe we're losing games for one reason or the next. Say what?
He's going the other direction, bro.
He is. He's starting to go in the other direction, and that's worrisome, right? Like, I'm a little bit worried about that. But like at this point, again, like, don't pull him. I'm not saying bench the kid, right? Like, don't bench him at this point. But what you definitely need for 2025 is you need competition, and I mean that honestly, and I don't mean it by way of I don't want Caleb Williams to be the starter of this football team. I want him to be humbled if the need be.
I like that.
Right? Robert Frail was saying,
competition, man. I love that, kids, because I think there's a really, kids. I really believe there's a strong point to make there, man. I don't think anybody thrives in conditions to where they're not challenged.
Nobody is, right? You need not only do you need to be challenged, you need to gauge your actual competency. You need to be tested. right? Like in school, they give you an exam, you're tested, and they determine whether you understood the shit you learned or not. Every Sunday is one level of a test, but it's hard to learn. It's harder to learn from. Like you really want to be able to see somebody else do it and learn from them. It's a little bit easier, and then you can practice. Let's also say that you're not going to get traumatized during that period of time, and that's why Robert. When I'm glad you're up there. You were saying earlier on that Caleb's ego probably couldn't take sitting for a season. Well, how's his ego doing right now in this situation? You know what I mean? Like, how do you feel that his ego is doing? Because I'm pretty sure the frustrated look on his face today kind of said it all. He looks like it's eating him alive.
I got to add something to it, something that I noticed during the game, but we were so hot and heavy in the conversation. There was I think it's a third down and something late in the game. I don't remember exactly what time it was, but Thomas Brown called a timeout, and Caleb came off the field yelling and doing all the theatrics and shit coming off the field. And Thomas Brown put that, I could tell by Thomas Brown's eyes. He put that call sheet over his face and he told him something. Like, man, let me tell you something, man. Don't be fronting off on me like that. I'm trying to get this shit together. I could tell that he was giving Caleb a piece.
Oh, for sure.
And that rubbed him the wrong way. And that's when he came out and just threw the ball in the air and just didn't even give a shit. It's like, fuck you, dude. I don't got to do shit. And how about this? You ain't going to be here next year. I'm going to just throw the ball. I'll be here. That's kind of what it looked like. I'm not going to say Caleb went out there and threw the game away on purpose. But I'm telling you, somebody is going to further examine that interaction between them and what happened afterwards. Somebody's going to come to a similar or the same conclusion. I guarantee you that. But that didn't look right. And I didn't like what happened afterwards. I like the fact that Thomas Brown, given the circumstances, he wasn't kissing his ass and he was willing to stand up to him and like, hey, man, listen, get your shit together. I call the timeout. Come over here and get this play.
So, yeah. So he may need humbling, y'all. Like I just got to sort of say this. When your leadership team gets together and they ask for hard coaching, what do you really think that means? Because what it really means from an offensive perspective is somebody needs to be yelling at that quarterback and straightening him out. That's really what it means. All right, that's what it means. Caleb is definitely part of the problem. Victor Dragon, you're saying somebody needs to get in his ass because there's clear and obvious evidence on at this point. There's film, right? Like there's film on you and your play. You should be able to look at that film and go, here are 3 wide receivers open. Why didn't you pull the trigger? There's a conversation. Cool. But if that's going to continue on week, at some point it has to be, why the fuck do you refuse to throw the ball to Cole Kmet every game? Why the fuck?
Cole Kmet's going to ask for a trade, I guarantee you.
Oh, he's out of here, dog. He's gone. And this is why I had to bring it up a bit earlier. Ryan Poles signed 2 players, kept them on this team. Neither one of those players really actually has any rapport with this quarterback. They're making big money.
I would not blame Cole Kmet.
How can you? He's not getting targeted.
I would not, and I'm not saying just because, of Caleb. I'm not saying that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about him or Jalen Johnson or somebody like that that's been through a lot of hardship with the Chicago Bears and expected this thing to be different and to get the same, not even the same results, but a lot worse.
Worse results, yeah.
And you get tired of it. And when Cole, I remember that I looked at the locker room conversations, the interviews, and Cole was just like, I'm just over it, man. I'm done with trying to find an optimistic viewpoint in what just happened. We just lost 34-17 or 14, whatever the score was. And you're looking to me for some kind of optimism. There's no optimism, man. Dude, I'm tired of this shit. And so I fully expect, and this is something I was going to bring up at some point, but here we are. I fully expect Cole Kmet to probably, and this goes to the part that I was talking about earlier when whoever the coach is that comes in here to have a clear runway and not have shit strewn along the runway that he has to move out of the way or deal with, just to have him a clear runway. It might be worth it to get rid of some of the guys that have been through too much here in Chicago, and the residual could be too much. Does that make sense? I mean, like Cole Kmet or Jalen Johnson, as good as he is, he might have seen too much here in Chicago, and it might not be worth keeping him, you know what I mean? Unless he can fully acquiesce to what is going to look and appear to everybody, and it's going to totally be a rebuild.
So the problem with what you're suggesting is that I was suggesting it earlier on. What's popping, Daryl Gibson? Always good to have you, my brother. Same to you, ATF. We see you out there, and Victor and Joseph Matuzak as well. Shout out to all you guys. What we're overlooking is the contracts. So this is a brand spanking new contract Cole Kmet's in. This is a brand spanking new contract that DJ Moore's in. Yes, you can trade them, but you're going to lose out in a major way by way of cap.
They're going to need to probably trade him to get the assets that we need to bolster this team. I think they're going to need to trade a piece or two. I 100% believe that.
You're right, and that's why I brought it up initially, because initially I was really talking about Tremaine Edmonds, and then I did myself a favor, and I went to Spot Track, and maybe I'll do it again just for shits and giggles. But none of these contracts are
just
getting out of.
We'll get to it. You want to do it now? Go ahead.
Just not good enough, right?
Go for it. If you want to do it now, go ahead. I ain't gonna get in the way.
I'm just saying that none of these contracts support, their ability to get out of it and then be nimble or save money to go and get replacement players. These are like detrimental situations that they're in, and they either just have to grin and bear it and live with it for 2025, or I don't know what you do. Right. So where are we? Let me share.
Let me switch up windows so you can do it. Go ahead.
All right.
This is just not a good situation, man. This is not a good situation for a veteran player that's already got his second contract. And nobody wants to, I don't give a shit what people tell you and what they say in the media. Okay, whatever they want to do, I'm just down with whatever the team wants to do. I'm going to play my part. They're not happy with it. They don't want to go through another situation. This is what Jalen Johnson has seen a lot. I mean, a lot.
Bro, dude, like this is my point. Like, all these guys are fresh new signees, doc. He can't get out of these contracts. He can't trade out of these contracts for the most part either, because look at how well this team has done. He's gonna have to give these guys away for peanuts and lose out. Like, so why not? We'll just do the exercise. Montez Sweat. Basically, there's an out in 2026. Otherwise, $33 million dead cap. Brutal. That's big contract number one. Keenan Allen doesn't matter because there's no real contract associated with him. Tremaine Edmonds. Big contract. Out in 2016, otherwise, $13 million dead cap hit. That's
you're acting like Chris Washington right now. You know that, right?
I am. Somebody has to.
I love it, man.
Somebody has to out there. You know what I mean? Somebody's got to do it. Jalen Johnson, the man you were just talking about, this is a brand spanking new hefty contract. We're talking about, again, 2026 out, $30 million differential in dead cap if they get rid of a Jalen Johnson. Cole Kmet's not catching footballs. Ain't his fault because nobody's throwing them to him. 2025 out. Yeah, Cole Kmet's gone.
Hold on, kids. Pause for just 1 second. Miguel Goncalves says, Caleb threw everyone else under the bus during this press conference. That motherfucker better not have. He better not throw nobody under the fucking bus. The only person that he could say that didn't do something right was Keenan didn't, that early in the game, he didn't catch that, that ball that was right there on his hands. He dropped that. I bet you he better not have thrown nobody under the bus. That's not going to give him good graces in that locker room if that's what it is. And I don't give a shit who comes in there.
I want to hear that. That's for sure.
I want to see what that's all about.
So Cole Kmet does have an out in 2025. So Cole Kmet's as good as gone. I will say that now. DeMarcus Walker's got a decent sized contract. DJ Moore, who again is not being targeted the way that one would think, considering he just signed a deal. He's gotten out in 2027, so we're talking 28 mil dead cap space. So it's going to be excruciatingly hard for Ryan Poles to be nimble with the existing contracts on this team. I don't know. I don't know what he does with these guys, but you're right, Nomad, they might be pissed off and upset that they're not getting utilized the right way and that there's been so much losing during their tenure here and they just want to start fresh. But good Lord, they all just signed they all just re-signed recently.
It's a good thing in terms of business and an administrative point of view. Getting out of the contract makes it easier for you to make moves, trades, and things like that. Once you've got a set number and that opposing person that you want to move that piece to has a framework for what he's dealing with. You know what I mean? Nobody wants to deal with, okay, I'll take the trade, but okay, what kind of numbers is he going to be expecting? Have you talked to his agent? What are they looking for? Is he going to be looking for somewhere in the $13 million range like we see him, or is he one of those guys going to be looking for 17 or 18, which we're not willing to pay him? That's just nuance, administrative work that has to be done behind the scenes when you look ahead on where your team could possibly be later on. And I'm glad that they signed Jalen Johnson. I'm glad they signed Cole Kmet. But the truth of the matter is they might have to move both of those contracts to get to where we need to be as a team and get the assets and the capital that we need to get better.
But what I'm trying to explain to you is they can't. They can't even do that because this is so. When I say they can't, basically, in doing so, we're tanking next year too. You know what I'm saying?
No, don't tell nobody else that. Don't say that.
Well, I'm saying, but I have to tell the GD truth. Like that's what
you're saying is financially. You saying it might be incumbent upon him to play the game that way.
Basically, we are at Ryan Pace, Khalil Mack, Robert Quinn level. That's where we are financially right now. There's still some moves that can be made, but there's so many holes to fill. Right? So you can only make so many moves here. If you cut out these contracts, you are cutting off your nose to spite your face. You're not really going to get what you need out of this. You're just not.
Well, every team will at some point in their
my point is we just did it a couple years
at some point. Every team is going to run to that. Usually that happens with successful teams. Successful.
Well, if you're going to rebuild, you rebuild, and you tear it down, and you rebuild, and that's what Ryan Poles did, and we were all cool with it. By Khalil, by Robert Quinn, but here we are, barely 3 years later, and that might have to occur again. And the answer to this is that if that's the real, that's what's going down. He fucked up.
You see what Victor just said on the screen?
Wouldn't surprise me if Williams asked to be traded. Hoo-wee.
That would be like a tick tick boom.
Real talk though.
Tick tick boom boom.
Real talk, bro. It's not the craziest thing I've heard either. Victor, that's serious talk, but it's believable talk. I would be considering these things if I was Caleb Williams.
Here's another. This is me again. And Miguel, we're gonna get to some some of that stuff, man. We got one game to go, and we're gonna get full ass into, things that we can do to bolster this team. And right now, what's unfair to us, the way I feel about it, is we only got 7 draft picks to work with. I think there's gonna be I don't know if they built certain things into the mock draft system so that we can play it in a way that we can trade assets, like say Cole Kmet or say a Jalen Johnson to a team and offer those pieces for collateral. I don't know if you can play it that way.
What do you mean?
Say, for instance, we get into a mock draft, which we're going to do in a few weeks, getting into a mock draft scenario. Can we use our assets to move up in the draft? We can't do any of that, can we? Unless we go to franchise mode like Chris used to do.
Of course you can.
In a mock draft, you can do that too?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you can do it. I don't do a shit like that.
You can trade up. You can trade back. You can move your assets to places where it would be beneficial for you to move them and draft as you see fit. And this is really, me and Chris doing stuff like that is why both me and Chris were so line of sight with the idea of the haul. Because what we looked at very early on was like, let me rephrase. We actually looked at this the year before with Chris and I. We looked at it the year before because we were thinking the Texans have 2 firsts. Let's trade them. You know what I mean? Let's trade with them, give them the first, and we got 2 first-round picks, and we can really do some damage with that. And unfortunately, it just it went to Carolina, and that was a trade. But we were hoping you haul there. All right, we didn't. Second time around, though, you find the next guy with more than one first-round pick, and you haul with them. You trade with them, and you get as much as you can. In this case, that whole case scenario was Washington, right? So if you could trade with Washington, you get the additional capital, and you're off to the races. You can fill holes and hopefully fill as many as you can as well in that draft. You're backfilling additional capital for the following draft. And you're off to the races. Get your quarterback too. Who cares?
So the Bear Review is reinforcing what you say. He says NFL draft buzzes mock draft, I think, lets you trade players and picks. And Rock Davis is right behind him, saying he's looking into it right now. So I think that's the way to go for us, is to see. And that's just the way. And unless we get together, me, you, and Nick collectively, FFG, and whoever else wants to be involved in it. Unless we get together collectively and say that, okay, we don't think this is a realistic way to look at this. We don't think they'll ever trade Jalen Johnson or Cole Kmet. Then we won't go down that road. But if we come together and realistically think that this is an option, then we need to go down that road, man, because I don't think 7 picks is nearly enough. We need to get a lot more picks than that. And unfortunately, we got to weaken the team in order to get it better.
It's not just that 7 picks aren't enough. It's that 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 of those picks are viable to play. So I'll start.
Marlon, I'll pull up in just 1 second where we are, and give me 1 second. I'll go ahead and talk, Kedz, while I pull it up.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Only you can't really bank on starting caliber players after the 4th round. Like you might hit on a 4th round, or you might hit on a 5th. You may hit later on, but you're banking on those first few. So what do we got? We've got a 2025 first, a second, 2 second-round picks, one from the Panthers, a 3rd round.
Take your ticker down for a second.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, my bad. A 3rd round, a 5th round, and 2 6th rounds. So the 2 6th rounds are kind of a wash, and that's not going to result in a starting caliber player. Don't be surprised. Maybe the rest of this does. We have no 4th rounder. We have we have 2 seconds and a 3rd. So let's just say we can squeeze out 4 starting caliber players out of this draft. The rest are depth. That's not enough to fill the holes on this team.
Nope.
Point blank, period. So let's also assume that he brings in 7 bodies in free agency. I'm still worried.
Because it's about the caliber of bodies that he brings in free agency. Are these going to be impact players? Are the Bears the organization that the impact players want to come to? And I said this a couple of weeks ago. No, I don't think so. I think guys will tell their agents to avoid this place at all costs right now.
Oh, right now, I don't see, and this is the other, like the flip side of what you're saying is, I also don't see him getting any capital trading any of our players off. And I mean like substantial capital, right? You're looking at a four and change football team. Who wants those players? Let me rephrase that. Who wants to pay big money, big capital for those players? Nobody.
Let's just say we're at 9 and we decided we wanted to get the best edge rusher off the board instead of getting the best tackle. That, you know, a lot of people seem to think that tackle is like one of the weakest positions in the draft. Thus far, I can't acquiesce to that yet. You know what I mean? I think that it's a lot of work that I need to do as far as my homework and trying to really, really evaluate these guys. I see some really good tackles in this draft. Two or three of them so far that I think are gettable right there in that pick area. Now, see, here's my thing. I think that very first round pick, I think that's going to be a leverage piece in order to get more pieces. I don't think you can stay there given the status of this team and where we are as far as our talent level. I don't think you can keep that 9th pick. I think you might want to as bad as you want. It's going to be some players at 9 that you're going to be like, oh my God, do we have to really trade this pick? Yeah, motherfucker, you really need to trade this pick so you can get more pieces. If it's only down for a few spots and you get another pick in that round and you get another one early in the second, you fucking take it. But right now you're in dude, you can't keep that first pick. I don't see any way you can do that unless you think you're that good and you think you can really, really get down. Nobody's trying to give up them second round picks. 3rd round, 5th round, you can probably move in that area. That sweet spot is in that 2nd round. And nobody really wants to trade them unless you really give up a lot to get them. But right there in that first pick, that 9th pick, dog, you might have to come up off that thing.
Well, I think we're better than 9 now. So as of, shout out to Alyssa Barbieri out there. So she mapped this out. We were basically the 9th pick before losing this football game. So we clearly lost the football game. There's potential for us to go up a little bit more as well. So depends on how the rest of these teams out there do. We'll see.
Just to remind people, though, knowing just so people have a sense of understanding of what exactly we need. Okay, so we have and you tell me what you agree with and you don't agree with, Kedz. I think there's a clear need at left tackle, 110%. Everybody knows that.
No question.
Clear. Now, here's where I think Ryan Poles tried to pull the whammy and got Ricky Stromberg off of that practice squad early because he knew that at 7 picks, we can't be too desperate for a center. We need to do something to address that as early as we can. And that's what the Ricky Stromberg grab off of the practice squad, or however they got him. They acquired Ricky Stromberg to try to address this as early as possible. Not saying that they still won't need to draft a center. They may not need to draft a center as early. So that is still a need. We do have Ricky Stromberg, but there's still a need there until we know for sure Ricky Stromberg's going to come back 110% healthy. Until we know that, we need center. Guard, clearly we need a guard because it doesn't look like anybody disagrees with any of this, let me know. Guard, we are clearly dealing with the Tevin Jenkins that we may or may not re-sign. You know, if we re-sign him, it's not going to be at the number that I'm sure Tevin wants. But we definitely need guard. We might need a guard on both sides. D tackle, we definitely need some firmness up in there. We need some firmness. We need pieces in there. We need great rotational pieces in there. That's a lot. Safety. Jaquan Brisker is probably, if he plays again, I doubt if he plays for the Chicago Bears. If he plays again, there's going to be some kind of waiver sign, some kind of insurance. That I don't see him, given the amount of concussions he's had. Well, I'll just say this: whether he comes back here or not, I don't think they'll project him as a starter. I think they'll draft a safety to start him. I think that's what they should do. If it was me, that's what I would do. And if Jaquan Brisker comes back and decides against all odds that he wants to play and the Bears are okay with him playing, then, you go from there. But I think you draft a safety to start him. Of course, edge, right? How are we not going to draft the edge high? That might have to be the first pick if there's an edge that people think is there and can make a difference right away. I got some guys that I'll put on some shorts later on and show you. Running back, definitely need a more powerful back, a 3-down back, and so that, to me, Swift plays the kind of role that I think he is more suited to do, and that's your 3rd down back, right? So those are the needs. These are huge needs, kids. These are big, huge needs. And I think I underemphasized what I think we need on the offensive line. Not only do we need a starter at left tackle, we need a swing. Because I don't know how good Braxton is going to come back.
No, I disagree with that. Dude, I think Braxton.
We need depth at guard and tackle.
Okay. So at tackle, I'm definitely satisfied with Braxton Jones as a depth piece, as a swing tackle. I think he can survive as one of the better swing tackles in the league. I'll be honest there. But do we need to? I'm just saying, do we need to upgrade at the position? Absolutely, we do. So I'm in full agreement with you there. As far as guard is concerned, Nate Davis is gone. Tevin Jenkins is in flux. So either they re-sign Tevin Jenkins on a low team-friendly deal. I can imagine any other team in the NFL paying him more, except for the fact that he's been regularly hurt, and he's hurt right bloody now. So tough to say if somebody is going to pay for him. He may wind up back on the squad at that guard position. We still need to backfill Nate Davis. So definitely they need a guard. Center, I'm glad Ricky Stromberg is here. I'm glad Coleman Shelton is here. I'm glad Ryan Bates is here because that will help at least at the guard position. But they do need to address the center position as well. They have to do something beyond even those guys. We need an upgrade at the position. I'm not so certain, Ryan Bates or Ricky Stromberg are really going to be an upgrade at the position. It needs help. And we've completely ignored it.
By the way, the Bear Review, that's right now, he's the favorite tackle that I've seen as far as full-out ability. I do love Jonas Savanea, but the tackle Connerly, I think Josh Connerly in Oregon, he is dog. It's like, I love that kid, dude. That right there is everything, athletically. That's what you want, somebody that can, he's so athletic. It's like if he gets it wrong, let's just say a quick, edge rusher, he missteps and doesn't set right, and the edge rusher gets a beat on him. His athleticism is so good, whether it's an inside beat or an outside beat. This dude's athleticism is so good that he can recover from it. It's pretty rare that you find an athlete that good at tackle, man. That kid is really, really good. It's like everybody's talking all this Will Campbell stuff, and he's good. He's really good. But this cat, I don't think people are really recognizing how good Connerly is at Oregon, man. That dude is awesome.
Well, we'll see what they wind up doing there. We definitely need to shore up that offensive line. That is for sure. Joseph Batuzak just talking about the trenches in general. We need to go both sides. So looking at D tackle, yes, you've been saying it all season. We need a big body. John Ford is doing well, but we need another big body to really be that backup to Andrew Billings. I expect Billings will be back. I expect Ford will probably wind up being back too, but I still think they need to address it for future. So we'll see what they do in that position. Safety, without question, they need to do something there. Even if that something is elevating a Terrell Smith into the safety conversation, that's a conversation to be had down the road too. We expected that they might be interested in doing that this season, but Terrell Smith has played as a pretty solid backup cornerback for the better part of this season. Edge rusher, you got to do that.
Just to speak to Chris Foster, and Chris Foster is he's let's just say he's worn out his welcome in a lot of places, and people kind of block him, and everybody's like, "Hey, man, you need to block this guy." I'm trying to treat the human like a human, you know what I mean, and not treat him like everybody else does, And he says this: Chris Foster says Trey Smith in free agency and a first rounder at left tackle. When we do the franchise show and when we do our first mock, or it's going to be franchise mode when you find this out, and you find out that Trey Smith is estimated in the value range of somewhere of $22-21 million for a guard, then I want to see, given that option, when you see the other things on the board and the other things that we can do, are we in a situation where you need to be sinking $22 million into a guard? I don't think we're in position to spend freely like that. I think you got too many needs to sink $22 million into a guard, to be honest with you.
It's a lot of money into a guard, but you know what? Yeah, I actually fully agree with that. Just get the left tackle, develop the guard, or don't get a mid-scale guard. Get a couple of mid-scale guards. I don't know how you do this, but neither does Ryan Poles. We need a GM and on the quick fast, man. Hurry with that. But yeah, so edge rusher, been saying it, definitely need to have somebody screaming off that edge. Problem is they've kind of paid like 4 guys and none of them are really hitting home. So they got to do something with that. But this is the one that I'm the most interested in, and it's a running back position. What a royal clusterfuck! So that Ryan Poles has created in that running back room.
So I think they have, given the circumstances, I think they have I would just say month and a half, pushing 2 months in order to solidify who's going to be the next coach and make that decision in order for them to get a head start. That's number one. Second thing is, what kind of offense and what kind of defense is it going to be here in Chicago? Are we going to run the wide zone scheme again? And will we be looking for certain linemen with certain types of traits in order to continue to do that? Is that cool? Are we going to continue to run the West Coast offense? Or are we going to run some kind of gap power scheme like we did when Lovey was here, when they had Thomas Brown, do that kind of thing, which was very, very effective? I approve of that. You know what I mean? Somebody that can, really run a scheme like that. And it almost guarantees you a certain amount of yards during the game, because when those guys are trapping and pulling, man, they do damage. Man, you just got to have the right kind of lineman to do it. And so why we haven't done a mock or fantasy mode, because everything is so in the air. Why don't we talk about what defense they're going to pull in here? We talked about that before. Are they going to continue with the 4-3 and keep that kind of continuity with the pieces that we've already drafted? Or are they going to completely flip it upside down and do the 3-4 and do, the stand-up jack linebackers / edge rushers and do that kind of thing? We don't know. And so right now, all of the early mock stuff is just really just exercising for exercising, really, in my opinion, because you go nowhere with it. We don't know what direction they're going to go. And so really time will tell exactly what to do. And so when we do it, hopefully when we do it, it'll be more precise as to what exactly we need to be looking for. And so if you guys don't see the early stuff too early, I'm sorry, man. I'd rather do it when it counts, when we know exactly what they're going to be looking for. Make sense, kids?
1,000,000,000%. They got to figure out, they got to get their ducks in a row first, is really what you're saying. Got to get that head coach in place. Got to get, again, the GM in place. I'm squarely on this position now that I don't want him doing this at all. At all.
You got to get somewhere, and you got to get okay with it in yourself somewhere, because quite likely he's going to be doing it.
If he is, I'm extremely worried. I'm extremely worried, and unless again he takes, it's going to have to be opposite day. He's going to have to do the exact opposite of what his instincts have driven him to do thus far, because every single thing that he's done has been, for the most part, counter to what every single Bears fan would have suggested, with the slight exception of, again, if we're talking about the drafting of Caleb Williams. That's fans out there wanted to draft him. Some fans didn't. It was a split. It's fine. We'll call that a wash. But outside of that, didn't hire Harbaugh, paid everybody with no regard, couldn't provide any competition for the quarterback, no learning, threw him to the wolves, retained the head coach, just a laundry list of BS, paid a bunch of guys who have not lived up to their contracts at all, refuses to use them in many cases. Just terrible stuff. Bunch of dead weight on the roster. It's one of the craziest shits I've ever seen in my entire life. And if they decide to continue with it, I cannot sit here and suggest that good things are going to happen. That's all I can really say. But again, if maybe he goes through some sort of opposite spectrum and decides, okay, like, if this is what I want to do, I'm going to do the other thing, maybe it'll work out. But
kids, sometimes, man, you my brother and I love you, man. Sometimes you have the tendency to be a little bit hyperbolic.
Okay.
I mean, and the truth is people make mistakes. Often, often people make a whole lot of mistakes. I'm not excusing Ryan Poles at all. What I'm saying to you is, the reality of it is, he might not be going anywhere, number one. Number two is he could rebound from the mistakes that he's made, given the mistakes that he's made. This is how everybody learns. He's a first-time GM, and which most people are first-time GMs, and they learn from the mistakes that they make. And I'm not going to totally throw this guy under the bus because it seems like the popular thing to do, and I'm not one for that. He has made some horrible mistakes from the giddy up. I mean, horrible. And if he continues to be the GM in Chicago, I'll continue to give him the benefit of the doubt, to look back and look in hindsight and be able to correct your errors. I would just give him that, and just not consider it a total collapse just because he's a GM. I don't believe that. He can fix the error of his ways, man. I think he can.
I feel what you're saying. I'm just not sure this person has the ability to learn from his mistakes, just considering the mistakes that he's made. And that's all. That's precisely why I'm worried. I'm not sure if this guy, I feel like the moves that he made out of spite, to show that he's the smartest guy in the room and he knows better than everybody else. And that kind of stubborn don't learn.
I think he got a little cocky, kids. I think he had some early success, bro. I think he got some early success getting Braxton Jones in here and having a need be met. At least it looked like on the surface, a need be met. You got a fifth rounder that came in and was your day one starter, and he played okay. He exceeded his expectations. And I think from there, when you have that kind of success early, I think you really go back to the well. You know what I mean? You really go back to the well. If I was able to get him in the fifth round and turn him into a starter, what else can I do? You know what I mean? To that kind of mindset. And when you're fucking around with the offensive line and the defensive line, that's when you messing with the nuts and bolts of what makes this thing go. And if you don't get it right, you on the other side of dog shit in the hot ass sun, in the heat, and just stinking. And this is what happened. I think he got a little cocky. It's not. I don't think he's incapable of getting this right. I think he got cocky and he got smacked around by way of his decision making.
I think he's incapable. Like there's reasons why I say it. I think he's completely incapable of getting this right. And it's stuff like doubling down on the shit quarterback. When you have enough empirical evidence to make a decision on something, you should choose to make that decision. And like, I'm going to give you another empirical, evidence situation. So empirical evidence situation number one is Justin Fields. You watch his trajectory, you watch him grow, and you decided empirically with the evidence that you were given statistically, analytically, etc., to move away from continuing on with Justin Fields. I respect that. Why didn't you do the same thing with Matt Eberflus? Ooh.
Wait a minute, Scrolls. I just got through saying, Scrolls. Now you're not being fair because you're a little butthurt about me criticizing Caleb. I just said that even given the circumstances, he's still a rookie. And he was just not put in the proper situation. The situation was not conducive for a rookie quarterback to come in here and based on what they did last year and to put him in that spot and expect that kid to take over and take the surgence of what they did last year and improve on that. I said it at the beginning. That's stupid to think that. But I had to do podcasts and we had to keep going. That's the ultimate trying to protect Caleb comment that I could have ever gave him, was the fact that I think it was really foolish for people to believe that this guy was going to be able to improve on that record. And so what else you want me to tell you, Scrolls? I'm going to continue to criticize that kid when he's wrong, when he's not doing what he's supposed to do. And that nobody should take that a certain way. Nobody, all that caking people like to do for Caleb, fuck all that. I'm not them. I'm here to be real with y'all. And that's what I do well. And sometimes the truth don't sound good coming out of my fucking face. And I apologize for that, but I'm going to give you the truth, whether you want to hear it or not.
You're always going to get the objective truth from me, and it maybe it'll be negative. Let's just be honest about it. But hey, I'm a Bears fan, and things tend to sort of be a little bit on the minus side of the equation. But that's what you're going to get from me. And I watched Caleb today, and he was not very good. There's been times again this season where he's not been very good, but I'm now at that point of the season where it's gone beyond. The conversation should go beyond his level of play today. It should go to the situation that he was put into. Who put him into this situation? Why is he regressing in this situation? Right? Like that's where we have to be at this point. Daryl, I don't want to say that, Daryl. Like that's saying a lot, but I'm definitely going to say that he could not have been put in a more bust-like case scenario. This situation had bust screaming all over it.
You just lost all these games. This guy. See, I think people overlook the mental aspect of it. I think people really, really overlook. Let me pull this down right quick. Let me pull this down. I think people really do overlook the mental aspect of it. And what you would like to protect is the space above the neck, especially with a quarterback, especially a rookie quarterback. You want to protect that space above the neck, and so that he is cultured in the right way, he's brought along in the right way, and the adversity that he goes through isn't so overwhelming that the residuals of it is the stuff that he remembers more than anything. You know what I mean? If it's so much herky jerky and so much, trials and tribulations, this is the stuff that's going to stick to him. You know what I mean? Like the sacks, the being chased out of the pocket, which I think there's a part of him that he likes, and that's the way he plays football. He just likes to run and scramble and throw the ball that way and show off his arm that way. And if that's him and that's the way he plays, then maybe we ought to be trying to find an offensive coordinator that kind of caters to that in some kind of way. But other than that, Kedz is right. Given his circumstance and the situation that he was given, and ultimately this falls on Poles, this falls on Flus, and the decision-making process to bring him in and bring in the type of coach that they brought in, given the status of the O-line, all those things in a pot, that soup is going to taste foul,
bro.
Worse. It's going to taste foul, and he's a strong possibility of busting out. Given all that shit I just said, he's got a strong possibility of busting out.
Well, how do you like? And this is what I don't know how else to say this, but again, Ryan Poles royally screwed this all up, and he needs to be. Tory Taylor needs to punt him into the sun. Said it before. Like it needs to happen. You don't hang a kid out to dry like this. You don't provide him without mentorship or
Yes, what do you tell this kid in the offseason? Hey, give us a couple more years. We're going to put the right offensive line around. Give us a couple more years. Give us 2 or 3 years. We'll get the right defense in front of you. Give us a couple 2 or 3 more years. We'll get this fixed and that fixed. And when you know you don't have the capital to do it right now, and this kid is expecting success and a better team, there's no coach in the league. There's not a coordinator in the league, given the amount of assets that we have, the capital that we have, that can turn this around in a year. Anybody that tells you that, tell them to kiss you right in your hind parts, man.
They've also got a bridge to sell you in San Francisco and another one in New York. You know what I mean? Like that's how that works. This can't be fixed in short order, short term. This is basically rebuild city. It's all been screwed up. You need competition for Caleb, and the reason why you need the competition is so he can learn. And if it requires him to sit next season, I'm all for it. I don't care. The kid needs to be ready, and this is where we're at the level where, and like if he's gone out there and thrown the team and whoever under the bus at this point, I get it, because we're at confidence breaking level. That's where we are. You've given him nothing to be confident about. Here, do you know the playbook? Nope. Who cares? You're the starting quarterback. Just go out there and do stuff. Is it going to work? Maybe. Oh, and it's not working. Fire the OC. Get him out of here. You know what I'm saying? Like this is a ridiculous situation, and he's in the primest spot for failure. So what you need to do is you need to gauge where your quarterback is. You need to know where he is in his ability to be quarterback for your team and his understanding of your offense, etc. You need to bring somebody in who understands the offense and have him go against him. Who's better? If he's not better, case Sarah. Put him on the bench, let him learn until he is better, and then you break him out of the glass casing and you give him the opportunity to start. We thrust this kid out there in a terrible situation to get eaten alive and run down. We expect, all ships are going to be raised because Caleb Williams is magic. He's going to fix the offensive line because he's going to get the ball out of his hands. Really, guys?
Bullshit, man. All that.
Really, guys? You know what I mean? Like, we just watched Justin Fields go through the same thing for a bunch of years, and wait a minute, we watched Mr. Trubisky go through the same thing for a bunch of years. You know what I mean? Like, we've seen this. We knew what was going to happen, and here we are. Towards the end of the season, the quarterback is now feeling confidence issues. He's going to throw people under the bus because of it. And can I blame him for a second? No. But you want to know who I can blame? the guy who brought him here, the guy who drafted him, the guy who got rid of the previous quarterback, the guy who didn't build an offensive line in front of him, the guy who didn't build a defensive line to manage the case scenario on the defensive side. It's all the same guy.
No doubt about it, Ron, but no doubt about it, we should sign a veteran QB to
Gotta sign a veteran quarterback. I don't give a shit. I know there's no money to do it even then.
Somebody needs to push that kid, man.
Gotta sign a veteran. How do you know if he's getting better? The answer right now, throw him out there. See what the fuck happens. Hey, you know how to swim? Let me throw you in the middle of the ocean. See what happens.
All right, kids, I'm going to ask you, and just roll with me and just role play with this for me right quick. Now, last offseason, let's just say you're talking to DJ, you're talking to Montez Sweat. And like you got Montez Sweat on the contract. Now you're talking to DJ, right? And you want to extend him. And I think given the surge that they made in the latter part of the season and the gains that they made, you want to sell DJ to re-sign here. Agree or disagree that was a pretty easy sell, that we only need a handful of strong pieces, maybe 3 or 4 guys that can really turn this thing into a winner. We only have like 4 or 5 pieces that we need, strong guys, and we can get a couple of them in the draft, and we might have to go back to free agency and sign a few more. But this is my sell to agree or disagree. That's a fairly easy sell given where we were at the end of last year. Agree or disagree last year?
I slightly disagree.
Okay. This year, going into the offseason, now you're talking to Caleb. Now you're trying to keep his morale up. And you're telling Caleb, we're 4 or 5 pieces away in draft. We think we can get a couple of people in the draft. We think we can get a few people in free agency that can turn this thing around and turn this into a winner. You think you agree with if that's gonna work for his morale, yeah or nay?
Oh.
You disagree with the
nay.
first?
No, nay. It's not going to.
Okay, so now you get where I'm at. Now you got to go back and look DJ in the face and say, DJ, just don't ask for a trade. Jalen, I know things have been rough the whole time you've been here, and you've never seen a winner for the most part. Cole, we just signed you to a contract, and we think things are going to get better. Also, Montez, you're here. You're supposed to be here for a while. Don't ask for a trade to get out of here. We're going to get somebody to play on the other side of you so that you can really excel. It's the selling job. And I think people get so wrapped up into how this thing is going to go for Caleb Williams, which I keep warning people about. It's the absolute worst mindset to have going into this offseason, is just to be singularly worried about what's going to happen to Caleb Williams. If this organization, by some default way, falls into that category and they go into this offseason with him being the foremost thing on their minds, because I keep hearing all these podcasters and reporters, it's a terrible season, but the one thing that we need to go well is we got the quarterback. Do we? Fucking do we? And how's his morale going into the quarterback that we have? Care if he throws for 18,000 yards next year. If you don't get the wins because you don't have the pieces around you, it all mean people will just be talking about, great, look how great he throws the ball, how many yards he's putting up. If it doesn't equate to wins, the same people that are gatekeeping for Caleb Williams will turn into the ghouls. Guarantee it's just a matter of time. All fan bases do that. Expectations are too high, and they want this to happen in a microwave fashion, and it doesn't happen. What is your recourse? Turn into the ghoul. Turn into the ghoul. Well, and I got a strong feeling that's what's going to happen here.
They have no recourse other than to turn into the ghoul. That's who they're. That's see right. So I'll just try to make it make a little bit of sense. One more time, like we're all just fans here, and we expect that these people who are in these positions of management, if you will, have some sort of bloody idea doing what they're doing, so that we can also enjoy the product they put on the field on a weekly basis every Sunday. These motherfuckers have no clue. They have no idea, and it's been proven for decades that they just don't know what they're about or what they're doing. And to bring that down to the Caleb level, you're a brand new rookie quarterback, and you're experiencing just pure, unadulterated dysfunction everywhere around you. At some point, you're going to lose your shit. You're going to lose your confidence. You were not put in a situation under which you could build confidence or be confident about the situation, right? So that's where we are. We're at that level where, again, he's going to start questioning, why am I here? What am I doing here? How's my leg not broken? Right? I'm not being successful. I'm not getting things done. This is not working. And I have nowhere else to turn. So I'm going to have to start throwing the rest of these people under the bus, because it can't all be me. Problem with doing that is that you're also a part of the problem, because you're starting to regress. There needs to be a layer there, and I think today Tom Brown did a little bit of that. There needs to be a layer there in the communication that says, hey, guess what, Caleb? Shut the fuck up. Shut up. You don't know what you're doing. You're a rookie. You're still learning. There's problems all over the field. You need to shut up and do what you're told, right? At some point, somebody needs to coach him hard too.
Here's the thing, man. When you come into a locker room, and this is how shit can go left real fast, you guys. And if they turn this into this referendum on whoever the coach is, and we need to find somebody that fits Caleb, and people went so hard and out of their way to get the old quarterback out of town and get Caleb, and nobody wants to be proven wrong. Nobody wants to look like they were wrong about the decisions that they made, and I get all that. It's just human behavior. But I think if it turns into this, it's just got all kinds of disaster. I see the earmarks of disaster, bro. I mean, disaster.
You should.
Like, this is bad, bro. I mean, like, when you got to rebuild the entire culture and the entire morale of the locker room, like what I saw on the field today, I mean, and we haven't given Thomas Brown enough flowers today, man, and that whole staff, the way they got this team rallied to the point where they got him today and went out there and faced these dudes and really, really challenged them given the circumstances. Where I seen dudes playing out there, it was really impressive. The play calling and the way they came out with some feist and a little zest. It was really, I was refreshed to see that. You know what I mean? But I'm telling you, once we get into the off season and those guys go on vacation and some coaches selected and they're asked to come back in here for mini camps and all that kind of stuff, and get in front of the media and tell you optimistic things, if they don't do the right things in the off season, this is going to be, oh man, it's going to be brutal to a point where some of you guys are going to turn on some of your favorite podcasters, some of your favorite writers and reporters, and you're gonna remember all these conversations we had over here, because people whipped themselves up into a frenzy just to get this quarterback, and at the chagrin of the entire team and the culture that this team had. And that's where we are. Now you got to restitch it.
Well, like I'm saying, this man had the opportunity to stitch, restitch, understitch, backstitch, cross-stitch, and he fucked it all up, bro. Right? Fucked it all up royally. Doubled down on the shitty coat. Like, there's such a laundry list here that at this point I have no give to defend no faith in redemption. Who's saying it here? Yeah. They will all say the Bears ruined Caleb Williams like they did Justin Fields. And at this point, I don't know why they wouldn't say that. Right? We've got a ways to go in the future. And I have full faith and belief that the kid is talented and has the talent to excel. I don't know how you can, and Nomad, you lent to this earlier. I don't know how you can emotionally or mentally manage what this kid has gone through this season and come out the other side better.
It's almost impossible.
It's a tough, that shit's tough, bro.
It's like I'm trying to be as real as I can with the supporters, the people that support us and are still here listening, watching, whether you chatting in the live or just sitting back watching and listening to the whole thing. I cannot, when you like this, it's like a nagging cold, or it's this feeling like you get around. It's like when you get around somebody. Like, I'm a real positive person, real spiritual, and I like positive energy wherever I go. If it's not a real positive environment, I tend to kind of shy away from it because it doesn't feel good to my spirit. And that's just the way I am. I just don't, I'm like not a fly towards negativity. I'm just not that guy. Never been, I'll try to avoid shit like that. And that feeling that you get when you're around certain people or certain things that is like, it in the pit of your stomach, like, fuck. Now you're asking these dudes to work their asses off in the off season, get prepared for a season that they know, quite frankly, deep down in their heart, that it's going to be all for nothing. That's kind of the tone and tenor this organization has set this kid up for. And so you talk about how to wipe away those negative feelings, negative thoughts, and be optimistic and, wipe the slate clean and go forward and be prosperous kind of way of thinking. I don't know how easily that is to be done rather than said. I think it's easy to say that, but I think when you got to go through it and you got people around you that may or may not be with you, you know what I mean? You throwing dudes under the bus and shit like that. That kind of shit resonates, bro. That's like, people don't forget that. Now you got that. And then you got how attractive is this place to other players around the league in free agency and things like that. I don't think it's very, very attractive at all. I think they'll avoid this place like the fucking plague.
Why would they come here?
Who's actually working against you? And you expect this dude to come out, hey, everything is good. I'm about to be a great quarterback, and I'm going to show you guys how good I am, how great my arm is, and I'm going to take over. And I'm going to make everything right in Chicago. Man, if you don't stop smoking that shit, I know something. It's just bad, man. And as fans, we need to admit it.
There's no reason for anybody to come here. I'm just saying. You need to be drafted here or paid a lot of money and hope to God Ryan Poles. And wow. Another thing, the draft been crazy. Like, Poles just giving away capital out there. So hopefully he ain't just throwing capital away again on crazy assets. Just get the assets that are available and pay them. Keep the capital. Keep the capital, Ryan. Keep it. You need it. You fucked up. But hopefully you're not here. I don't know, man. I'm really done with him. I'm completely finished with him. If he can dare sit in that bloody box and watch this kid flounder out there.
You just anti-pose all of a sudden, man.
Because that's where if the kid is regressing,
you gonna blame Pose for all that?
No, I have to.
Okay.
No, because he's here because of Ryan Poles. Don't get that twisted.
Okay, that's
he's out there and he's
that's two separate things, though, kids.
No, it's the same thing.
He's here because of Ryan Poles. He's not regressing because of Ryan Poles.
No, he is regressing because of Ryan Poles, because the fact is he didn't have to start this season. He didn't have to start. Does it look dumb that he picked a a number 1 draft pick and didn't start him, yeah, looks absolutely foolish. But if that's the facts and he's not ready to play, don't play him. It's real simple. Ryan decided to play him, or this team decided to play him.
But Kedz, you speak in such refutable terms that I have no choice but to refute what you say, because you know damn well, Kedz, you're not a Willie Lump, and that's a street way of saying a dumbass. You're not. You're far from it. And you know for a fact that if they would have even attempted to have a conversation about we may or may not be starting Caleb Williams, or we're going to bring somebody to challenge Caleb Williams and the starting job is up for grabs, you know for a fact this fan base would have reacted in a way that is so, there's no way that Caleb Williams was not going to come in here and be the starter right away. Based on, it's just that's not realistic, kids.
No, it's totally realistic, because at some point, you know what I'm. So, like, here's the thing: you can't insult my intelligence at every corner, like at every turn. Like, my intelligence can't be insulted at every turn. You have to at some point clue into what's going on and pivot accordingly. Right? If every move you're making is simply to save face, you fail. You plan for failure. Oh, I don't know what they're gonna say about the draft pick that I made. Hey, he's not ready yet. That's what you're gonna tell him. He's not ready yet. He's not ready. We evaluated him against some competition, and we came to determine that he's not ready to start in the NFL at this present time. So we decided we're going to sit. What did the pack? Did everybody lose their shit with the Packers? I know Jordan Love wasn't the first overall pick. Was this guy supposed to come in here and be generational? Yeah, he was.
Two different universes, kid. That's a bad comment.
We are, but we aren't. Because, like, they drafted a quarterback. They never started him, and everybody was cool with it.
Oh, that this is quarterback star Chicago. They just gave away pretty much the heartbeat of the city in Justin Fields for a quarterback in college. Like, how in God's name were we ever going to get out of starting him and have him be the number 1 guy? There's no way to get out of that. There's no talking your way around that, kids. That's colorful, that's clever, but there was no way to get around it.
But my point being, if you don't, then you wind up where we are. It's great. It's great that we didn't do it. It's great that we started him because everybody wanted him to start, but he's regressing, y'all, and you fucked up, y'all. So at some point, you know what I mean? At some point, you have to look at and assess the product you're putting on. Okay, so, like, let's say I make video games and I release this video game out into the world and it's filled with bugs and it just doesn't work. It lags all the time. Either you cut bait on the video game or you send regular updates to fix the bugs. You have to do something or you're going to lose money. And that's where we are. Like, somehow, regardless, though, the McCaskies go make some money, y'all. And that's where this analogy just falls flat on his face. Somehow they'll still just make money, and this means absolutely sweet fuck all for them. So,
I'll tell you, kids, let's do this, man. Why don't let's at least give the guys something to look forward to, and let's say we'll pick up the conversation about this particular subject. Let's try to give them one on normal Nomad at night, 8 p.m. Sunday if we can, and we'll try to pick this conversation up, because I think we still have a whole lot to talk about, and of course there's going to be a lot more that happens in between now and then. I'm sure it's going to be the coaching search. People are going to want to talk about the fit. You know what I mean? It's like people want to talk about what coach fits for Caleb and what coach fits in Chicago. Does Chicago fit any of these coaches? Shit. I think we need to talk about that. Like, I ain't going to be, you got to be kind of desperate for money and desperate for a situation. Like, I don't think this is the most attractive place to come. And I know the media and the podcasters and the writers are putting a spin on it like, hey, this is the most attractive place in football to come to. I kiss my ass, man. No, it ain't. No, it ain't. This is a fucked up situation, and somebody has to redeem it. Really fucked up.
One of the worst.
Yeah. And so, like, any coach that's coming in here has to know exactly what's at stake and how long it's going to take to get it where it needs to get to. Other than that, if the McCaskies think, or Poles or anybody else thinks, the fans think that this is a couple of players away from, this turning into something really, really good, dog, I don't know if you've been really paying close enough attention, or you've been deluding yourself some kind of way, because this is a real bad situation.
Like I said, I don't know who's going to come here. All I can say is that hopefully it's somebody who cares about this team, right? And guys like Ron and Lovey and Olin are guys who jump to mind immediately. Maybe even Singletary, but I don't know, just because of their history with the squad. I have a very short list of coaches that I would be interested in. None of them are Detroit Lions. I'll just say that right now. They're not former Detroit Lions. They're not former Patriots either. I don't trust all this new tread shit. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what we do with that. But God willing, man, I like, somebody needs to recognize the royal nuclear level destruction that has been set upon the Chicago Bears franchise by way of Ryan Poles. And I wish it would end.
I hate that it came to this, and I don't like to be one of those people that I told you so type people. I hate that. I really do.
But you didn't, and I didn't either. Like we wanted the best for this guy, right? Like we really touted him up, and like I say, there were a lot of questions. Like, we had questions about the moves he made, but we were in support of him all the way through. You know what I'm saying? Like, we really and truly were. But at this point, we have to sit back and look at the product he's put on the field these last few years and recognize factually there is no Super Bowl window here.
I would just, and I'm a before I give it to you for some pleasantries, I'm gonna challenge every nomaniac that chatted in this show, every nomaniac that watched or just listened from the outside and chose not to get involved. I want you to look at that all 22 and tell me where the offensive line failed Caleb, and there's gonna be some plays. There's definitely gonna be some plays. Tell me where the coach failed Caleb Williams. Find me that shit. Find me that shit, and remember, while you're watching all those screenplays and saying, oh, it's too many screenplays, get it. That's a compensation for not being able to run the ball effectively. That's a compensation. That's a plan B for not being able to run the ball the way you want to run the ball. But the scheme that he dialed up in sequence of what the down and distance was for Caleb to be able to execute and make a play, I'm giving a chef kiss. And that's just what I seen live watching the show with Kedz here and you guys. I'm giving it a chef's kiss because I saw answers to it. You know what I mean? I saw real answers out there, and some stuff happened, quite frankly. And I think in order to be honest with yourself and other people, I think you have to start right there. And that's just my challenge to you guys. Check out the all 22. And if you don't come away at least impressed with what Thomas Brown called for Caleb Williams, at least come back and tell me where you think Caleb fell short. But I'll pass it to you for some play.
Yeah, all of that. That is, well, to be honest with you, it is well worth the watch over these last few games to really get a good understanding of what Caleb is seeing versus what Thomas Brown is scheming, right? As well as what that offensive line is doing and or failing to do. Definitely a good look in as far as the all 22 is concerned right now. Just want to sort of say that I'm not just an apologist. I believe that, again, Ryan Poles making this decision, there were ways to make this decision work if that was the decision he was going to make, and he did. In that, he royally screwed that up, and that's why I'm upset. In any event, y'all. Pleasantries are what they are. I'm not all that pleasant right now. I'm a little bit angry about this whole football thing. It's just bloody abysmal. But you guys aren't. You guys are awesome. You guys support the hell out of this network. Please like, share, and subscribe. Check me out on Superflex. We're about to wind down this season. This football season is about to wind itself down real soon. I think we got one more week of football, which we will enjoy, I believe, against the Green Bay Packers. That being said, we will be with you doing the live game watch there next week. This guy's trying to squeeze a Sunday show out of me, so we may see each other between now and then. If I don't see you, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, and Happy New Year. All of those good things. Shout outs for you guys. Big shout outs to my guy Marlon Johnson. The Scrolls out there defending. He's doing the wax on, wax off for Caleb Williams in the chat. Defending, he's blocking, he's spinning, kicking, and it is what it is. Victor Dragon out there, my guy Robert Frail, what it do? The Bear Reviews out there. ATF's chiming in as well. Smitty Q. Daryl Gibson, big shout outs to you, Daryl. Always good to have you, my bro. Always good to have you too, the Scrolls. You know I'm messing with you. Jojo Loco 5150's out there holding it down. Miguel Goncalves, super no maniac. Miguel definitely helped us out a couple of times with some super chats. We appreciate that here. Ron Winarski.
Well, Mitch and Miguel, super thank you.
Yeah, big shout out to our guy Mitch Osborne. Always good to have you, Mitch. Mitch been supporting the network since day one. We love that. Thank you, sir. Always appreciate it. Who else was out there with us? AC Adam was out there. King Booker World was out there. Man, FFG was holding it down with us. Chris Foster was all over the chat. Joseph Matuzak was with us for a little bit. Vika Kinzu. Oh, okay, just checking. I got shout out to you, Robert Fell. A little backup shout out. You know why? Jay Sanders, shout out to you, my dog. Thanks for coming through. We appreciate it. Black Rain 7920, Black Diamond as well. Rock Davis was out there chiming in the chat. Timothy Basemore was with us for a little bit here today too. Who else we got out there? PJ jumped in with us. PJ was with us for a little bit. Latrian Mind Flayer. From Stranger Things. I'm just cluing in. Shout out to you.
I seen him earlier in the show. I was glad to see him. I hadn't seen him in a while.
Oh, really? Most people aren't glad to see the Latvian Minds players, but please don't eat my brain. Who else we got out there? Oh, definitely AC Adam. Eric Stewart was with us for a little bit. Junior and Patty were out there. James Ford holding it down with us. Marco King as well. Who else we got out there? D was with us for a little bit. The Naj had to jump in for a little bit just to sort of cuss things out. T3P Podcast was with us in the chat. Crooked Commish a little bit earlier on. Who else? We definitely gave some love to Miguel and Mitch. And LPM Mesh was with us for a little bit. Hey man, you know what? We'll leave. Oh, and Mbosini. I'm butchering it, brother. LS Carl. I think that should do it. Dr. Earl. Oh, Minister Charles Johnson was with us for quite some time there too. Check him out on Monday. He's going to go live and do his thing, which is a little bit different. Again, a little bit rooted in all of our health and sort of getting through that individual, that individual battle that some of us are going through privately, right? So by all means, tune in for that. And no matter, I suppose that's about enough pleasantry for me. But good Lord, hopefully things get a little bit more pleasant for these Chicago Bears, man, because God only knows ain't a whole lot of pleasant stuff going on over there.
Yeah. Well, I'll just say Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to you kids and all you Nomadiacs. to you and your families, man. I really, really do wish you guys great vibes, great energy, and be able to manifest the best energy possible, for this year, especially, because I think we all are gonna need it. I think it's gonna be it's a lot of reasons to if anybody wants to find pessimism in the world, there's a lot of reasons out there to find it. But you manifest great energy, good things tend to happen, man. But it has to be a practice. It can't be uh, spur of the moment. I decide I want to, pick up on that good energy thing and start trying to. No. You gotta. That's one of those things you gotta have in you. So it's got to be a part of you. You can't cheat that. You gotta really, really, really put your best foot forward and give all your good energy towards trying to find good energy. And that's how it works, man. But let me have a quick Bears thought for you guys before we get out of here. One thing I get really disappointed when just me being who I am and knowing what I know about the game, and then watching fans react to it, and I'm not calling everybody here a fan. I'm a fan. I'm not saying that to you directly. What I'm saying about is the fan base in general. I think people tend to find these reporters, these podcasts that have these big, huge numbers, and think that's where we ought to be. Because look at so many people have been watching this. So many people are tuning into this. So many people subscribe to it. This must be the right place to be. And all of a sudden you're getting caught up in groupthink. All of a sudden you're getting caught up in groupthink. And unfortunately, I watched these same podcasts sometimes. I don't have as much time as I used to. I used to be in all the chats, but I just don't have the time to do that no more. So I know what's going on by just looking. I can look at a thumbnail and tell what's going on. I don't really have to watch the show, but I'm upset for you guys that you guys constantly get duped by some of these guys, man. And I'm not talking about any podcaster or writer in particular, but it's like once they decide they want to go a direction and want to abort direction this way, everybody just follows along and finds a way because that person's a popular person or they have a big podcast, like they must be right. Like unfortunately, that really bothers me to watch you guys go through that because they just fucking play with your emotions. They don't want to tell you the truth because they're looking for the views and they're looking for the likes. They want to feed into what you want to hear. They're virtue signaling for you. And so that's how propaganda gets started. And so people start to tell you what they want you to think through other people. So all of a sudden, everybody decided that Caleb was the best thing in the world. Great. All of a sudden, everybody decided that we were a quarterback away from being a winning organization and pushing for maybe a contender for a playoff spot or a title. They wanted you to believe that. And up until this point, you bought it. For the most part. I'm telling you, pull yourself unplugged from whatever you need to unplug from and do objective and be a sound, rational thinker. Think critically on your own. Go do whatever homework you need to do for yourself. Don't choose to be entertained. Go and get educated on the situation. It's easy to get propaganda out there if you guys are willing to listen to what groupthink says to think. Please be better than that. Please be better than that. And I'm not casting any dispersions on any particular podcast. I don't need to call any names. I don't need to. But that whole way of thinking is costing us all kinds of emotional grief. And we don't even know. We're wondering why we're feeling disappointed and defeated right now. It's because all the shit that happened in the offseason, man. It was pretty predictable we'd be here. Pretty predictable. And here we are.
We both predicted it.
Yeah, we all did, man. We knew we would get here. We're supposed to be a lot better than what we are. And instead, we've gone backwards. What do you do in a case like that? Don't expect all of a sudden we're going to warp speed to greatness because a couple of draft picks in the offseason and maybe a free agent or two that we signed. Man, no. They fucked this thing up in the plan itself before they even hatched it. It was a fucked up plan. And we are where we are. And the sooner we come to grips with that and understand this, again, this is the last time I'll say it tonight. If this offseason turns into, let's get excited because we're going to get this new offensive coordinator, this guy that's going to come in here and fix Caleb and all that kind of thing, and you think that's going to be the magic bullet to solve all of what's going wrong in this organization, man, I feel sorry for you. I do. Because realistically, that doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. And I'm just giving you guys the honest to God truth as I see it. You guys can determine whether or not you think that makes sense to you, whether you think that's a pertinent conversation. It's up to you. But I'm just giving you guys, I just don't like to see people get led astray. And that's what it seems like is going on right now. And people have gone so far down that rabbit hole with the delusion that they don't want to see it any other way. Any other way kind of defeats their virtues, basically. And that's causing people to be at rifting with others, you know what I mean? That's just trying to tell the truth. That can't be us, man. As a fan base, please, that cannot be us. We got to be better than that. And so what I would advise you guys to do is to find better information. Don't take, just because somebody's a popular name or a quality or just a noteworthy person, don't take that person's word for it as this is what it should be. Do your own, go and do your own legwork to it. Find out if that makes any sense or not on your own. Critical thinking is all it is. But with that being said, I want to thank you guys one more time for being here. It was a great show, and I enjoyed it. And one more time before we get out of here, I'm going to leave you guys with these famous words. I tell you, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. If you can think it, people, and you can see it, there's no reason in the world why you cannot absolutely manifest it. Do not, I repeat, do not be a prisoner of your own mind. But with that being said, we are out.